Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. That ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. Not enough rage. I can't do that.
Oh snap, that's an AoE stun? Holy shit.
Need more rage. That spell isn't ready.
I forgot you can buff pets and shit.
I can't cast that.
Yeah, putting thorns on pets is pretty axe.
Rage. That's still recharging.
Dude, I'm missing all the fucking time, dude. This guy just two-shot that thing, what the fuck?
Enough rage. Need more rage.
Oh, the guy declined. This guy fucked off and left me hanging here. What the fuck? Hey, thanks for helping me get mine, dude. Let me fuck off now. It's like, hey, you're welcome, every single hunter that ever lived. Wait, barrel of milk? Hold on. I forgot you could loot, like, water and shit. Completely forgot that was a thing. Can't believe that fuck left me hanging.
I can't cast that. Need more rage. That spell isn't ready yet.
So many fucking stuns, dude. Fuck. Is this like the only starting zone that has everything stun lock people? Like, I don't remember this ever happening in Elwyn. Wait, I thought I spoke to this guy already. It says in Aberdeen, right? Speak with Thundress Windweaver in Aberdeen. Yeah, I swear I already spoke to that guy. Look how beefy night elves were. Now they're like long and lanky. This guy's fucking guild name is we was Kangs and shit. Oh man.
I am listening. Farewell.
Peace be with you. Ishnu Allah.
Right, well, DC was saying there's a way to turn off the ghost sounds when you die. I feel like he's lying. Oh, it says I've got Strider meat. Oh, I do. It's back in the base, or back in the bank.
Greetings. Going.
These fucks and their fucking aspects of the bullshit, motherfucker. Get the fuck out, fuck hunters. Wait, where the fuck am I going anyway? I have to go offshore. Gotta catch up on all my CRTV too.
beautiful day for a neighbor. Won't you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood. A neighborly day for this beauty. Could you be mine? Won't you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you be? Won't you please? Please would you be my subscriber?
It's gotta be way gonna like move this down to the side.
That was wonderful. That was a wonderful day. That was a wonderful intro. Producing with me in video studio, as always, is Jared, who is not gay. Follow him on Twitter at the Not Gay Jared. Not Gay Jared. I fulfilled my legal obligations. Draw your own conclusions. That music just got it. It got me. It moved me
your veins
to the point where I need to reset. Great show today. We have Karen Strawn of Girl Writes What, noted men's rights activist, not quite a feminist. Guess why we have her on the show? Take a guess. Today's a theme day. We're going to be talking all about feminism and the Women's March, so we'll do that. But first, we have to rattle off some news. There was a little known event, the inauguration.
Yeah, I heard something about that this weekend.
Donald Trump was inaugurated.
Not a big show up for that.
Not a big show up, according to the media. It's take what CNN says, Sean Spicer says, split the difference. Yeah. That's about where you should go. So a lot of things happened. Signed an executive order on Obamacare to allow the repealing of Obamacare. Mm-hmm. Signed an executive order on TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, that liberals hated until now they love because Donald Trump has signed it out of law. And my personal favorite, today, he just reversed the Mexico City policy, which Barack Obama reversed from George Bush. They're now calling it the global gag order. Let's bring this up, Jordan, here, if we have it. The Mexico City policy it was from Reagan, and it went all the way up to Barack Obama. Barack Obama promised his first action as president would be to reverse the Mexico City policy. What that means is he thought it was so pressing that he wanted to ensure American taxpayer dollars went to funding abortions overseas. Donald Trump reversed that. So it's like a triple, double secret reversal.
That's big.
So he reversed it. So effectively what that means, all it means is that American taxpayer dollars cannot go to fund abortions overseas. And the left is losing their minds about this. Yes. I mean, could it get any more simple? I don't think that American taxpayer dollars should fund abortion. No. I don't think we should be funding healthcare overseas.
Nope.
I certainly don't think we should be funding abortion overseas.
No.
It is such a great litmus test because you don't even have to be against abortion. You can be a libertarian. It's like, well, do you believe that federal taxpayer dollars should be used for any insert free crap here? No. Well, then you're on board with this action from Donald Trump.
Pretty simple.
You believe that people should have the right to life? Yeah. Well, then you're on board with this action.
Double on board.
So the outrage this weekend, they've just been trying to. I mean, I get why slutty feminists are upset because they feel, I don't know, it's the divine secrets of the slutty sisterhood with them. Nice. Well, see, that's what we call foreshadowing with the Ashley Judd. So this happened, but these are all the policy issues that nobody really cares about. The most eventful occurrence at the inauguration was an interaction between one Mr. and Mrs. Bill Clinton. Let's roll this clip. I'll show you what's happening here. There's Bill. What does he see? Oh, Melania. That's fine. Do you see that? He says, yes. That's fine. Look at him. He's just staring like a dog on the hunt. Oh, and Hillary sees. Uh-oh. Does he notice? Does he care? Does he care? He looks just enough of a look like, don't bother me, I'm thinking. and her face, what I love about that face is it's not even jealousy.
No.
It's
not.
just
It's
you
like,
couldn't keep the charade up for 2 hours. I have to show up after getting absolutely Donald Trump used me to mopped the floor with me. And I have to show up here, swallow my pride, and you have to stare at Melania Trump, who is undoubtedly more attractive than me.
Yes.
He is getting a little senile there, though, it looks like.
Yeah,
He's
he
like
does.
licking his lips and
Yeah.
zoned out.
Well, he looks like the kind of guy you'd avoid in the apartment complex. Like that.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
that's Bill up on the 3rd floor. We don't go up to Bill on
All
the
the
3rd floor.
shopping bags and the newspaper.
I forgot.
On
I can't
Halloween,
breathe
he gives out
underwater. God
Pepsis.
damn it.
That kind of guy. But who cares? Who cares about policy?
I have to turn off the sound so that I don't get banned and shit. Or backwards whispers, guys. I recorded that whisper backwards. That's mine. That backwards whisper belongs to me, fellas.
I wouldn't say all. There were a lot of beta males out there who were looking to get laid. So they took to the streets and the capitals around the country to protest for or against something. I don't know exactly what it is. I do know that women who are pro-life were discouraged and intimidated out of attending this event in the name of unity, because as Shia LaBeouf so eloquently put it,
He will not divide us. 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 He will not divide us.
that hit right here. But I will say,
Creepy as crap.
at least he's peaceful.
Yes.
Divide us. He will not divide us. Must secure the existence of the white people. He will not divide us.
How small must that guy be?
He's getting shaken down by Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah. Nothing says unity like aggravated assault. Our producer, E.P. Scott, was saying that he was at a bar with Shia LaBeouf. He's so tiny, you could give him away as a gift. So he must have found someone smaller than him. And that guy doesn't even care.
Doesn't even care.
It's just this is the left.
It's just Saturday for him.
I mean, I made it
I
out.
would just love for him to get in your
I made
face
it
like
out.
that, though. It would just be fun.
I could literally pick up Shia LaBeouf and bam him. Oh, gosh, Shia LaBeouf.
All right, is the air bar not showing? Like, that's twice now I haven't paid attention, and I just drowned to death. No, actually, here, let me turn this off, because had a Keenan. I guess you guys can just listen in. Oh yeah, this is pretty good. Howdy, fellas, howdy. And the Women's March in Chicago. Did he at least get some, like, phone numbers and stuff while he was there? Oh man, dude, this is so slow. Oh, what? Nice fucking retards, man. I gotta... Oh, I forgot I had this thing already muted already. Fuck, dude. Took you 5 to 6 months. I remember getting 60 within like a month. Like I know I did it in a month. Like when I made my druid, I think I went from 1 to 23 in one night. Like I just leveled like fucking mad. But like I think that the game in this state right now is harder than it was when I played. Like, did they nerf how hard everything hits at some point in time? Like, cause I don't remember everything hitting so fucking hard.
And then when Bernie lost, he went back to Donald Trump. I am immensely uncomfortable with anyone who uses children as political tools. And you see that a lot at these. And then you add the profanity to it. You add the vulgarity to it. Paper mache, vaginas urinating on Trump in effigy with a kid. the kids were holding up signs that if my daughter spoke that way at their age, frankly, I'd send her to her room.
Yeah. You must say, though, all those paper mache things are very creative.
Yeah.
You get a creative crowd at the leftist protests.
This is true.
A lot of good little creative arts and crafts there.
That's true. And I really would like to see the muse for the paper mache vaginas. So, it's hard. This means you need to remember, this is the most important thing to remember. This is mainstream feminism progressivism. It's not this is the biggest march ever. So when you think of feminism, when you think of Debbie Wasserman Schultz, when you think of Hillary Clinton, you think of Nancy Pelosi, you think of the Democratic Party, this is what they supported. Okay? So it's not a compilation. It's not a social justice warrior, fringe college student. This is mainstream leftism. Can we all agree on that?
Yep.
All right. So that segues into this. It's hard to even pick. There were protests across the country. Well, it's always a good start. Let's start with Mrs. BJ herself, Madonna. Ciccone is her real name.
Yes, I am outraged.
What else is new?
Yes, I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Seems she's obsessed with blowing in general.
Hey, did you see the photographer in that shot? She was shocked.
The photographer was like, "Oh damn! I wouldn't even say that. White women are crazy." So people saying, "Did you just do a black voice?" Mm-hmm. Oh, are you waiting for an apology?
Yeah.
So Madonna,
Nobody expects one.
Nobody expects one. Madonna was off. It was awful. Now, I understand the context of that, but if a conservative obviously had said that this is the obvious low-hanging fruit, of course they'd be at least audited, if not hauled out in cuffs, or blamed for the latest Benghazi attack. Ashley Judd, not to be outdone by Madonna, we have a few clips from her. Let's start with clip 1.
And I didn't know devils could be resurrected, but I feel Hitler in these streets. A mustache traded for a toupee. Nazis renamed the cabinet. Electroconversion therapy, the new gas chambers shaming the gay out of America.
What?
What the what?
Electroconversion therapy is the new
The timeline.
Oh my god, these whispers, dude, they're backwards. I think that's my thing, dude. I did backwards whispers, man. Hold on. Let me claim all the revenue from your video, cause I remember speaking backwards into a microphone at a very soft voice. Shit. Dude, I'm gonna get like one shot up here. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Ah, oh. Fuck, dude. What do I even have to do up here? Oh fuck, dude. I just have to like see some guy who's near here. Oh my god, I didn't have to be in the tower. Fuck, dude. Yeah, no, the DMV always feels like a shithole. I've been to one DMV in my entire life where it wasn't like backed up with a 7-hour wait and like ghetto as fuck. Should've gone Horde, nah, dude. Night Elf, best elf. Although technically back in vanilla, I guess cows were better ferals than night elves. Like the worst part is I'm gonna die again right here because like I'm gonna die running out and I'm gonna have to walk one more time. And the worst part is I didn't even have to be in here. Okay, you know, maybe not. Yeah, Shadow Mode was awful back in the vanilla days. Trust me, I know this. Oh my god, this is where I had to come. I didn't even have to go up in the tower.
Can I assist you?
Fuck, dude.
Less than half of what the male actors
Do you mean you?
earned
I can
last
guess.
year. See, even when we do go into higher paying jobs, our wages are still cut with blades sharpened by testosterone.
I don't think you know what testosterone is or how it works. It's a hormone. It's not a sharpening stone. I don't know. As I drink from the mug that was created by estrogen. I mean, it's not a good analogy.
The author's taking some creative license with it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, this came from a 19-year-old black girl who worked at Dunkin' Donuts.
The metaphor's not on point.
No, which might explain the accents that come in and out with Ashley Judd. Kind of, you notice that's a Democrat thing.
It is.
Barack Obama did it. Hillary Clinton did it.
Yeah.
It really. Say what you want about Donald Trump. He always has that silly sounding lilt. Doesn't matter if I'm in Alabama. Listen, I'm gonna make it great. New York, okay. Listen, go screw yourself. But then you have Hillary Clinton when she's in the South. I'm gonna talk like this, and then hot sauce.
Oh my God,
when she's up on the morning radio show. It's like, I'm gonna interview Kid
Oh
bitches.
my
You don't
God,
talk that way. You don't know what it is. You don't know what it is.
You don't know about me.
Everything about her is pandering. We have more. Do we have one more, Ashley?
two more.
Two more. Oh, God.
Oh god, dude, the mana, dude. And like the server lag, right? So I did Shift E to get into bear. And like it didn't go in right away, and I think I might have hit it a second time. So right after I got into bear form, it popped me right back out of it, and that's the only reason I died right there. Oh god, it's so bad. Fucking hell. This game was definitely designed to have friends with you. How many deaths? I gotta be on 2 minutes right now. Like I'm pretty sure. No. Don't get me wrong. Vanilla is infinitely better than current WoW. Because like I never played WoW for the PvE. I played WoW for the PvP. Plus, like I don't have anything. Like I've got like one auto attack ability as a bear. You know. Like you're not truly a feral druid until you get like level 20. And I'm not gonna say they didn't make some improvements along the way. I mean, they definitely did. Like the UI and shit's way better now than it was now in vanilla. But the game itself is a piece of shit. It's terrible.
If we could, some of us would. We don't like throwing away our favorite pairs of underpants. Tell me, why are pads and Tampax still taxed? Ooh, that was a brand name. Why are tampons and pads still taxed?
Where's angry Bruce Greenberg or Green what's his face with a knife or gun when you need him?
Who?
Double Jeopardy just needs to happen bad.
Oh, okay.
That was a reference.
That was a reference.
reference.
I wasn't even quite sure. I was like, which film was that with Morgan Freeman?
She did dawdle a lot on the period thing.
She did. She spent a lot of time on the period thing, which makes me think she's on her period. Ooh. I'm kidding. She's absolutely barren. Let's go to clip 3.
Therefore, reminding you that our walls are stronger than America's ever will be. Our pussies are for our pleasure.
I love how the audio guy there didn't even take care of the mic pop.
No.
Like I mean, okay, good. Your pussy is for your pleasure. I imagine that really you meant hand, because very few people want to get anywhere near that contraption that you call a snatch, okay? I'm just saying it is so unattractive. Women don't understand. That's the last clip, right?
That's the last. Thank God. This is the
Women
last
make
one.
themselves so unattractive. They don't like. Men don't. We don't think you choose your periods. I don't. We don't. We don't want you to. We're not Muslim. We don't want you to not have pleasure from your pussy. Like, we're not competing. Like, my wife didn't have any orgasm for 2 years. Really? I'm going for 3. High school. Like, that's not how it just paints men with such a false brush. Anyway, we can't spend too much time on it. There's so much to get through. We have to get to Karen Strawn, not to be outdone by Ashley Judd. See what's happening? This is called escalation.
Escalation. Yeah.
This crazy broad lit another one on fire. And I love how it took the patriarchy to put it out.
Yeah.
He was like putting it out, and one of the feminists was just aching to be, he's abusing a woman! No, he's putting out a fire from one of your crazy trolls lighting her on fire.
Yeah. Speaking of which, the Women's March did apparently a lot of help from the patriarchy. If you remember Scott's story.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Our EP, our EP went down. The whole reason we were able to get in with press passes, by the way. No background checks, by the way. No background checks. I don't know who's working for Wendy Davis. I hope you realize. No background checks. You were completely exposed. Thank God we were just faking to be a tranny. Scott went down and just said he was walking by and they were trying to put together the stage elements. And he said, do you need any help? And she said, the event organizer, yes, I need a man. And he said, that sounds a little strange. No, I need a man to help me lift. Well, of course you do.
Yeah, of course.
Not to be outdone by hair lighter on fire lady, You've no doubt heard of the film Snakes on a Plane. Here's crazy old coots on a plane.
He has called me names and insulted me just for sitting down in the seat, saying that I came here to celebrate today.
You pretend you have the moral high ground, but you put that man's finger on the nuclear button. That man doesn't believe in climate change. You believe in gravity. Did you know gravity is just a theory?
It's a theory. It's about to pull you off that plane. She's so surprised.
We're gonna have to take you off this plane right there.
You mean? You mean I can't just treat everybody like crap?
Was that Tim Cook?
It looked like Tim Cook. Looked like Tim Cook mixed with a little bit of later life Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
We're gonna get letters. So here's the thing. After that, the clip, she goes, when the guy said, you have to get off the plane. She says, my husband's mother died. We've noticed that. That's the feminist go-to. Remember we did that GIF? We did that meme of that feminist. She had a T-shirt that said, I'm a effing feminist.
Yeah.
And so this was uploaded publicly. She chose to, right, on her Facebook, and it was used as some kind of a modeling picture. She was, by the way, she was a land whale, just so you know. And we used it as a meme for a feminist, and then right away was, my mom's in the hospital!
Take it down!
Remember at the Feminist Film Festival, like, I have diabetes! What does that have to do with you saying stupid stuff on camera?
Yeah, the socialist video. All the girls like, I'm sorry I missed it, whatever. I was actually sick last week.
I'm not into monsters.
These guys took advantage of me praising communism when I had a head cold. They always go to the victim status thinking that it will protect them. And that is one thing I will say about Donald Trump. He doesn't allow it to protect them. And that is something that I do love. And of course, there is everyone's favorite protester at inauguration who will henceforth be known as not quite a Dr. No.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
And people wonder why this is why we don't respect you. To be fair to not quite a Dr. No, she has a track record. She's reacted this way at quite a few things.
Yeah.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have the archive footage of her reacting.
We have the archive
so
footage.
I'll give her this. Let's go.
Creed has confirmed that they will not only tour this year, but that they have a brand new album on the way.
This is James Franco.
This is Anne Hathaway.
We're hosting the Oscars.
If you vote for Hillary Clinton, I will give you a blowjob.
Sony's live-action Barbie movie may have found its leading lady in Amy Schumer.
Good work, whoever edited that. I appreciate that. Moving on. Everyone's favorite smug Indian prick in chief, Aziz Ansari. There's a segue.
Yep.
I don't know if that's really his nickname. It's hard to slip on the moniker. But he had an SNL monologue. And everybody, including the New York Times, were praising it. They were talking about how progressive he was, how he was able to be clever, but tie in social issues in a hyperly intelligent way. I disagree. And allow me to put forth my arguments as to why I disagree. Clip 1.
Crazy couple of days, man. Yesterday, Trump was inaugurated. Today, an entire gender protested against him. Wow.
See, that's the sound of clapping until... Oh, crap! Math! The most generous estimates of the march was 2.9 million. Okay, 2.9 million. Let's assume that 80% of that were women. Does that sound... It sounds high, but let's assume 80% were women.
Yeah.
So 80%. Let's just assume all of them are women. 2.9 million. Let's say 2.5 million, okay? 2.5 million.
I remember having a problem.
An entire gender protest to Donald Trump. Here's the thing. He believes that. I genuinely believe that Aziz Ansari believes that there are 164 million women in the United States of America. That's not even 2%. Not even 2% of women in the United States of America showed up to protest. But this is how out of touch the entertainment industry is, and they're just going to make it worse on themselves. They think, yeah, right, all women agree, but what about the pro-life women you banned from it? He will not divide us. Well, what about the fact that there were only 2.5 million women? Oh, no. The entire gender protested him. And it's so verifiably false. And he says we and them in this monologue, meaning we, SNL, New York City audience, LA bi-coastal, versus them, the people who elect presidents, you are going to make this hurt so much worse. Aziz, speaking of worse, it gets worse.
The problem is, there's a new group. I'm talking about this tiny slice of people that have gotten way too fired up about the Trump thing for the wrong reasons. I'm talking about these people that as soon as Trump won, they're like, we don't have to pretend like we're not racist anymore! We don't have to pretend anymore! We can be racist again! Woo!
Now, you might have an argument here. Well, you don't, but you might have an argument here if you didn't spend the last 8 years accusing every single detractor of Obama as racist. You know, like, he's trying to act now like there's this group of people that are racist.
Yeah.
But you've always used that. And maybe you're right about some people in the alt-right. Maybe you're right about some Donald Trump supporters who are
damn it,
racist.
where was this again?
Perhaps. I don't think there are any more racist today than there were yesterday. And I don't think you've seen any more racism, barring Black Lives Matter and the racial division from Barack Obama, than you did under Barack Obama. But you are now complaining about people you're saying they were pretending to not be racist. You've been calling them racist this entire time. That's all you've done. From the very formation of the Tea Party, it was, are they racist? So you've lost your argument. You can't continue to act as though now you're going, well, now do we agree on race? No, we don't. As a matter of fact, now your argument is at its least effective point. Your apex was here, and you're here, and that's why Donald Trump was elected, Aziz. Despite what the New York Times says, you're wrong, and you're kind of annoying. Let's go clip 3.
A lot of people are Islamophobic, which doesn't make sense on paper, because, you know, the God in Islam is the same God that was revealed to Abraham in Judaism, Christianity, same guy. But people are scared. Why? Because anytime they watch movies and TV shows and a character's Arabic or they're praying or something like that, that scary-ass music from Homeland is underneath it. It is terrible. And people are like, what do they say? Just God is good.
Hey, these guys fucking retarded. Yeah, no, we're not scared of Muslims. All right, no one's scared of a fucking Muslim. It's just, hey, guys, there's a definite coincidence here. There's a definite fucking coincidence here when every fucking terrorist attack that takes place is done by Muslims. Like, it's reality, faggot. It's fucking reality. It's not music. Oh, I heard some Muslim music, and therefore, I think they're blowing up people at airports and shit. Oh, they're running into nightclubs and executing 50 gays. No, dumb faggot, you stupid piece of shit. It's reality. Get the fuck over it, you dumb cunt. Jesus Christ.
Normal religion stuff, it's okay!
Hey, listen, that's kind of funny, but you just say, you know, Islamophobia doesn't make sense on paper. But of course it does.
I would argue it makes it much more reasonable.
Yeah, I would argue it's much more reasonable than the Women's March, than the Pussy Hats, or your monologue. Of course, because it's not because of Homeland music, it's because of people killing Christians, Jews, non-Muslims, all across the Middle East, all across the Islamic world in the name of Islam. It's because of Muhammad, whose last dying words were, kill the Christians and Jews. It's because of the verses in the Quran that say, find the infidels wherever you can and slay them. It's because of the fact that Muhammad beat his wife. It's because of the Ottoman Empire. It's because of the initial Crusades, before the Crusades. Go back and watch our video. And it's not the same God. They say the same God of Abraham is God in the Bible. Well, it's not. Because Islam entirely subverts the Bible, even if you're an atheist. You have one religion, the Bible. Christianity, which takes the Old Testament, builds on it with the New Testament.
Yeah, you know what's funny, DC? This same quest right here, I remember this fucking quest taking me forever when I first did this, like 10 years ago. Because they don't make it clear. There's like a I'm at the top of the waterfall here, bottom of the waterfall here. You know, I go all along the city. And then like there's this other one over here. It's like, usually, where do waterfalls take place, right? They usually take place up in like mountainous areas, right? You don't usually see waterfalls at the mouths of rivers. It's very rare that something happens. So it's like, I remember having to do this one, like, check in on, whatever. Stupid written quest.
And then you have Islam, which takes the Quran and said the Jews lied about everything from the blessing of Abraham forward. It's the same God, except these guys are accusing everyone in this religion of lying about God. Are we clear now?
It's actually not the same God at all.
Islamophobia, as you put it, makes sense on paper. Clip 4.
George W. Bush made a speech after 9/11, and it really helped. He said, Islam is peace. The perpetrators of these attacks, they don't represent Islam. They represent war and violence. And I'm sitting there, and I'm watching the speech, and I'm like, what the hell has happened? I'm sitting here wistfully watching old George W. Bush speeches. Just sitting there like, what a leader he was.
Remember when you were respectful of George Bush? Remember? It's this alternate reality. Here's maybe this is true now. Maybe you regret all the forwards with the chimpanzee and George W. Bush. Maybe you regret calling him retarded. Maybe you regret calling him a racist, calling his cabinet racist, despite appointing Condoleezza Rice, Colin Powell. Maybe you regret accusing all of his voters of being racist. Maybe you regret telling people that it was going to be the end of the world if they didn't vote for John Kerry, despite the fact that Osama bin Laden endorsed John Kerry. Maybe you regret all that. But you don't get to lie about it now, acting as though you didn't accuse everyone back then of all the things you're accusing them of today. This is why nobody respects you. You want people to go back and go, yeah, well, you know what? Aziz seems reasonable. Yeah, he's saying people are racist now. Yeah, he's being respectful of George Bush. It's just an issue with Trump that he has. He's trying to gain that credibility and leverage, but none of it's true. You did nothing but disrespect and personally attack George W. Bush. You did nothing but invoke character assassinations against people who had problems with Barack Obama. Whether it was health care, whether it was abortion, whether it was taxes, whether it was trade. If anyone opposed Barack Obama, you accused them of being racist. And now you want to buy yourself some street cred so you can act like, well, you know what? Actually, I'm pretty reasonable, and I just have a problem with this new wave of conservatism. It's a lie. You're trying to present it as though it's not, and nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying it. Hence Donald Trump. We'll be back after this with Karen Strawn. Lovely lady.
Oh, I just got 4 and 1 vein?
Dormio. Dad, what are you doing here? I want to go to bed.
Don't bother me. Sleeping.
Come on, Mom's looking for you. Time to go home. Go.
You think you could get me one of these Dormio mattresses?
I'll see what I can do. Okay, I'm tired.
Saying they're a sponsor.
I know. Just go. I'm tired. That's not how this works. Go. I'll see what I can do.
Hello, mattress, my old friend. I've come to lay with you again. Because a vision I was dreaming.
Dude, I loved this zone when I first leveled here. I'm fucking hating it now, dude. I can't wait to get the fuck out of here.
And the comfort.
Dormio mattresses. Sleepwithcrowder.com for specials and free shipping.
And a pillow.
This is basically Israel right here. Like, I've been running up and down Israel this entire fucking time. Like, for 3 days now. Like, I'm tired of it. I'm ready to get the fuck out of here.
Hey, what's going on? Hopper, stop barking. Look, he's growling at me. He just woke up from a nap. Can we get that long shot there? He woke up from a nap and started growling at me right before our guest.
For no reason.
Stop it, Hopper.
Rude.
She's a nice lady, lovely lady. People confuse her for number 11 from Stranger Things, which is a compliment because she's almost a fetus, which means she looks young. She must be moisturizing. YouTube.com/girlwriteswhat. Karen Strawn, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me again. And thank you for brightening up my day. I'm currently stuck I'm snowed in a hotel, if you can call it that, in a town called Edam, Saskatchewan, which is like 444 people, and they still have a 9 o'clock in the evening curfew siren on top of the grain elevator that goes off.
So what series of poor decisions led to this?
You don't want to know.
Okay, all right. Well, I had a similar story. I was snowed in Lynchburg, Virginia. I was doing a show at Liberty University, and the group who brought me in, I was staying at the Falwell Mansion. And opulent, beautiful quarters, no food in the fridge, also no cable. So I was there, I was snowed in for an extra 2 days, and after the group leader who brought me there had impressed his friends, he just totally abandoned me, and I didn't hear from him for like 2 days. And I was on a campus with no car, snowed in, and also a raging racist, like legitimate racist, which surprised me afterward.
Well,
so,
I'm lucky here in that everybody else seems to be in their homes and nobody's bothering me. And
well, that's good.
By presidential suite, that's what I'm in. It means it has its own bathroom of sorts.
Right. Well, very nice. And it usually comes with its own Russian mail-order bride. So, Karen, have you been following the feminist march, the feminist protests across? For those who don't know, Karen is sort of a figurehead, and I guess you would call it the men's rights activist sort of movement. She was interviewed in the Red Pill documentary, Cassie J on the show. That'll be, she'll be coming back soon. That'll be released soon, winning all kinds of awards. So sorry, I just had to get all those accolades in there. Did you follow this? I know you're in Canada. Were you following the marches?
Well, of course I followed the inauguration day, anarcho-communist, whatever the hell that means.
Yeah.
Protest that involved beating the ever-loving crap out of some racist garbage cans and smashing some racist Starbucks windows and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
They beat the crap out of a African-American limousine.
Yes, it's normal.
Yeah, I was quite upset by that. And then the women's march seemed to be much more peaceful, although they had some. I listened to Ashley Judd's rant on,
about her bloodstains. Do you listen when you want to attract men, or when you want to be palatable to anyone who you don't know to make friends? How soon into the conversation, Karen, do you bring up your bloodstains?
Well, it depends on blood stains. You're like those kind of womanly stains.
It was just disgusting.
Never.
It was disgusting.
Never.
And you're so brilliant at this. People who haven't watched your speeches or seen previous episodes where you've talked, it's all predicated on a lie. It's predicated on this idea that men have wanted to beat women, that men want women to abstain from any sort of sexual pleasure, that men want to pay women less. All of these lies there, which really just led up to a free abortion rally, is what it was really about. Because when I asked them any rights in specific that you think we need to fight for, there was nothing. So is that just today, or has that by and large been the feminist movement for decades now?
Well, I mean, they have essentially rewritten history to a very large degree. And so, I mean, they say, women's sexuality was always suppressed. Well, yeah, there were times when women's sexuality was heavily suppressed. So was men's sexuality. And back in the day when women were put into mental institutions for nymphomania, you could actually buy anti-masturbation devices to put on your boys. By
the way, those guys quickly unclipped them and went down to the local insane asylum for those recovered from nymphomania.
If you actually look at some of these devices, it's like they're an Iron Maiden for a man's junk, or for a boy's junk. And, one little twitch and there's like barbs poking in you, and like this is some societies historically have been have suppressed sexuality, but they typically do it to everybody. Right. It's not some kind of we're gonna oppress women, but the men are all having a great time. No.
Right. No, typically, if women aren't having a good time, the men aren't really having a merry-go-round either. No. Historically. Not always the case, but as a general rule. And of course, we know the wage gap myth that people were talking about. It really was, everything was... I feel like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I know you've talked about the suffragettes, you've talked about women and the right to vote, and people should really go read your papers on that. But their economic plan, Wendy Davis was, she called it pussy hat economics. And it was, let's get the money in the hands of women because they spend it more. I was like, what? You're basing your entire economic platform on a negative stereotype of shopaholic women who watch Bravo.
Well, it's a negative stereotype for sure, but there is a great deal of statistical truth to it.
Women are horribly fiscally irresponsible.
Well, you look at the floor space in a department store, and how much of it is devoted to personal items for women and clothing for women, and versus men. And the men's section will be tucked somewhere in the back because you don't have to put it on display in the window. The men will go there because they need clothes. And they go in, they get their clothes, and then they get out as quickly as possible, typically.
Right.
And women will browse and browse and browse and browse and browse. Not all women, I'm not one of those women, but many, many women will. And you look at the amount of personal debt that is carried by men and women, and it tends to be a little bit higher for women than for men. And things like preparing for your retirement, men will generally have more savings for retirement than women will. So she's very, very much right in the sense of if you put money in women's hands, they'll spend it. more.
Yeah.
They'll be more likely to spend it than men will.
But if a man said that, she'd find that offensive. If a man said women spend, they just spend like money's going out of style. How often do you hear like, I make the money, my wife spends it, and the feminist's like, how dare you?
Oh, I know. And like what gets me about that is like it's a statistical reality. It's an empirical reality. Right. There's no point in getting offended by it. If you don't want women to be seen that way, give them some, I don't know, teach them in high school to not behave that way. So
no, but they're too busy taking part in rape culture, so that's probably why they don't get around to it. It's hard, Karen. It's hard being a woman. Being a woman ain't easy. Let me ask you this: to the untrained eye, okay, watching these protests, what does you're a white supremacist? What does trans everything? What does paper mache urinating vaginas on Donald Trump and effigy? What the hell does that have to do with equal rights? As someone who knows feminism for what it is, you would probably know better than me. How do they explain that? Because I'm not finding the through line.
The through line is that their view of equality is you should never say anything negative about a woman, or women. You should never, ever, ever object to any kind of feminist dogma. It's essentially their version of equality is that women should get automatic respect, and no matter what they say or do or how they behave, they should not lose that respect, which is, in my mind, not equality at all, and it completely erases women's agency and their ability to affect the world around them. But this seems to be the version of equality that feminists want. And so when Trump calls Rosie O'Donnell a fat pig or whatever,
it's normal.
That's a diss on all women, and he hates women. Obviously, he hates women. And then there's just been so much hysteria stirred up in the media about him. I because of how much I've been lied about in media and misrepresented in media, I always, when I hear claims like that, I always go and I check.
Right.
I look at the video and I see what exactly he did say, and then I'm like, okay, so is there a different way to interpret this, what he said, other than the absolute least charitable interpretation possible, which is what they're going on. So
that's a
when
good
I
point.
hear...
And they demand the most charitable treatment of themselves possible, as you just said. They believe that they should be allowed to act however they want. The woman on a plane, we talked about, who berated the man, and then they claim victim status. But for the patriarch, for the man, there's zero leeway.
Oh yeah, no, there's absolutely. I mean, and when you actually look at the claim versus what was actually said, the perfect example was what he said about veterans. Right, and it was widely reported as he called veterans weak. He says they're weak. Right. That's, you can only believe that if you hate the guy already and you are going to interpret everything that he says in the least charitable way.
Right.
So
that's a very good point. Least charitable to men, and then the most forgiving to female behavior. Because I will say it is turning, I think, a lot of men off. It's just, you'll go to this march, it was such reprehensible behavior. You weren't welcome unless you agreed to them locks. You weren't welcome if you were pro-life, and I believe you consider yourself pro-choice, but I also know that you can have those disagreements, unlike modern third wave feminists. And you weren't welcome as a man unless you said things like, behind every great woman is a man. That's the way it should be. Women should lead, men in the back. I didn't see any other self-respecting men there. They really were incredibly exclusive for people who want to talk about equality.
They really are. There is still this raging debate going on in the feminist community as to whether men can even be feminists or should call themselves feminists, or whether they're just feminist allies. But what they do seem to agree on is, whether you're a male feminist or you're a feminist ally, sit the in the back, pardon my language,
okay,
and shut up and let the women speak, because. And you are only here to use your unearned privilege for the furtherance of our goals, and don't expect a pat on the head or a thank you or a cookie for it either, because that's male entitlement.
And feminists don't bake. So here's something that.
Well, they usually have cookies, though.
Well, they usually, but all for themselves. They have cookie hordes like Donkey Kong with the
They don't
banana
wanna
in the
share.
bonus level. No, this is
C is for cookie for me.
and then they go and take pictures and put it on Tumblr. So you've been at the forefront of this. Before Donald Trump was even a thing, we had you on the show and we talked about this. You talked about how most women didn't want the right to vote. I don't want to revisit that, but because of the responsibilities that came along with it, you've been hyperly educated about this. And you've been attempting to educate people for a long time with a lot of backlash. Do you think the tides have turned now, after Trump, that they've behaved so poorly that, I mean, there's only 2-point-something million out of 164 million American women. Do you think if they're behaving so badly that more people are open to your way of thinking now?
Oh, I think so. I mean, a friend of mine here, in Edmonton, named Nick Redding, he actually ran for city council on the Patriarchy Party ticket.
Oh. Sure, that went well.
448 people in Ward 8 had a sense of humor and voted for him.
Well, good for them.
Well, his leaflet said that once he was done reforming the domestic violence services in the province, there would be one domestic violence shelter bed for men and a dirty dog blanket for women. So
well, I can see how that could be misconstrued.
There you go. But anyhow, so he calls it the feminist anti-feminist cooperation spiral, and basically what it is anti-feminists put pressure on feminists, then they all kind of lose their minds and start behaving in just absolutely insane ways, and then more of the non-feminist, unactivated non-feminist sector of society sort of starts coming over to seeing things our way, because we generally are quite calm. We have a sense of humor about things.
Right.
You know, the dog blanket.
Yeah.
One of them.
Yes.
So, yeah.
That is funny. And I also noticed that generally speaking, it's sort of the traditional, I will use the term traditional, if not Christian, waspy males who've been vilified, who hold the door for women and who tend to respect them. Even our producer is Jewish, but he did go by and he's more traditional. He did help the woman carrying. This whole march that we went to, the reason we got press passes was because our EP Scott said, "Hey, do you need a hand?" And she said, "Yes, I need a man." And I swear to you, then next thing you know, Stephanie and Janelle have front row tickets to a one-on-one interview with Wendy Davis.
There you go.
Where do you think, we only have 1 minute, where do you think feminism goes from here? I mean, they've gone as far as they can, as fast as they can.
Well, I know where I'd like to see them go, but I'm not sure I can say it on the air.
You can't.
You know, honestly, I don't think that they really have anywhere else to go and maintain their credibility. The cat, you know, they will continue to screech. The cat will continue to emerge from the bag. Mm-hmm. People recognize it for what it is. It's that crazy cat lady from The Simpsons, and the cat is flying through the air at all of us.
Yeah.
You know, like I think that we're at the beginning of the end of things.
For feminists?
For the sort of the hardcore patriarchy theory subscribing feminists. Yeah. So
I think it just takes one generation to be skipped, and a lot of young girls see this and go, "Oh, hold on a second, I actually like guys paying for movies. Hold on, I actually like it when guys hold the door for me. Hold on a second." You know, they weren't raised with this idea that was traditional. They've actually probably been raised with more people telling them they don't need to accept that. And we've seen that a lot of people sort of reverting to traditional values, if only to be rebellious.
Well, I think, too, I would tell those girls, how do you think he's going to afford it if only 35% of college students are men? How do you think you're going to find a guy who can afford to buy you dinner if that's how we've been treating men and that's how we've been neglecting them the whole time, right, for the last several decades? So I would tell those women, get off your butts and start speaking out and advocate treating our men like human beings. It's not that hard.
It's true.
Notice she's not feeling well. There's no
smoking or wine.
What's going on? Are you okay?
Yeah, this has wine.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Well, there you go.
Well, I'm in the presidential suite, which means there's only coffee cups, and these are my cigarettes. But
okay. Well, we're glad to hear that you're feeling better, because for a moment there you had us worried.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to worry you like that.
All right, Karen, we must go. Where's the best place for people to find you?
YouTube. You can search my name, Karen Strawn, or Girl Writes What. Either one will take you there. So
YouTube.com/girlwriteswhat. I highly recommend it. We've had many interviews with her in the past and some fascinating takes on feminist
assuming this
history.
is you.
Karen Strawn, we have to have you back soon. Get out of that snowbank. We'll be back.
Oh no, this is higher than 24. If you're 24, I should be able to see something other than just skull, right? That's within 10.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Oh, you're here.
Get out.
Hey, I was actually thinking.
Get out of my bed.
We should do some Dormio like commercials, like sketches. Maybe like you and I could like maybe we can get some. Maybe like two, like side by side, like Bert and Ernie. Maybe we could do it that way.
How about no mattresses and I throw you in the pool? Get out of my bed.
Well, just think about it.
Seriously.
I
Get out.
Socks.
Get out.
Just get back to me when you want. I just no.
Hello, mattress, my old friend. I've come to lay with you again. Because a vision I was dreaming of you and I together sleeping. And the comfort.
Dormio mattresses. Sleepwithcrowder.com for specials and free shipping.
And a pillow.
I tell you what, these are like the gayest straight people on the planet.
Of silence.
It's like if I didn't know Crowder was married and not gay, Jared was not gay.
Reach the wizard.
All right, great show. Really fun show.
It was a fun
Great
show.
to have that stuff going on. Great to take.
See, I thought this was going to end up being a long quest, but compared to all the other quests,
isn't that funny?
this is actually fairly quick.
And I don't.
Like, I haven't
wish
died
them,
30 times
damage to the
and
nether
had to
regions
run back to my
or
corpse
paper-mache
7 miles away.
statues, or I don't wish them any ill will. What are you looking over there?
Oh, I'm just looking around.
He's looking around. He looks like what? This shoes. They're shoes.
Yeah,
Shifty-eyed.
He's shifty-eyed. Well,
I don't trust him.
we'll have bonus footage tomorrow from the march because I know a lot of people are tweeting asking for it, so we'll have some bonus footage. We'll talk about it. We'll talk a little bit more behind the scenes. And coming up this week, we have Dave Rubin, Artie Lang, Dana Lash, Ann McElhenney, and we have an all-star lineup coming up. Just follow me on Twitter @SCrowder, and you'll be able to see all about it. Or LottoWithCrowder.com for the daily articles. We will see you tomorrow.
Your fishing failed, dude.
Try not to be offended by anything, because if you are, this isn't the show for you.
And don't be a douchebag.
Don't do those things.
Don't be a douchebag.
These are rules to live by. See you tomorrow.
Right, heads up. Today is now tomorrow.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. Won't you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood. A neighborly day for this beauty. Could you be mine? Won't you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you be? Won't
What the
you
fuck,
please?
dude? You can
Please,
what?
would you be
Oh my god! Oh yeah, I guess I'll talk. Oh, I think you fucked up. Yeah. Did I have to fish for this, or can I? I don't remember.
Lad, to be with you. That's the sound of Daily. Producing with me in video studio, as always, is Jared, who is not gay. Follow him on Twitter at NotGayJared. Follow me at SCrowder. I fulfill my legal obligations. Draw your own conclusions. Big show. We have Artie Lang.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I have to like go out.
Legendary comedian. Also in transition, I would say, toward. I think all comedians are at this point becoming more conservative, more right-leaning.
It seems away. So much just crap and backlash to deal with.
The perpetual offense of the left.
Yes.
I should say, by the way, if you see that empty seat, Jordan had some business to attend to. So he's not there right now. Nobody can replace old Jordan. This is all over the news right now.
Wait, no,
There's
I'm
so
thinking
many
of
things
the
to get to. But this is all over the place. We ran it at louderwithcreditor.com earlier today, and it just went viral. This is Sally Boynton Brown, and she's running for chair candidate for the DNC. So there's like 17 people if you look at this whole conference thing. They're running for DNC chair. And she gave a speech that went viral. Let's show it to you. Let's see what it's all about, what the big hubbub is.
I am so excited that we're here, and I am listening because that's my job.
Yeah. That sounds admirable.
It's on point so far. Yeah.
I like it. Let's hear more.
My job is to listen and be a voice.
Good. Finding some common ground. I'm a fan of that.
I'm digging it.
I'm good. This seems like we're coming together a little bit. Let's. Okay.
Oh, what is this?
And my job is to shut other white people down when they want to interrupt.
What? What just occurred?
The hell?
Oh, well, I guess it might make more sense. Hold on, let's bring up again the leftist lexicon. When she says interrupt, she means any opinions of dissent, any dissenting opinions. So that might make a little bit more sense now that you understand that. Well, she could redeem it. Start it off strong.
Sometimes
A, C, B is generally the rule.
Yeah.
You start with your A material, C material, B material, or you reverse it. So maybe she's going to end on an A. Let's see.
My job is to shut other white people down when they want to say, oh no, I'm not prejudiced. I'm a Democrat. I'm accepting. My job is to make sure that they get that they have privilege, and until we shut our mouths.
I don't think she's quite aware of the job specifications.
I don't think she knows. Did she get the manual?
Did she get the manual? Can we bring up the job description here for the DNC chairman, chairwoman, chairperson?
Yeah, I got this from Wikipedia.
Chair Z. Okay. No, there you go. That's always a valuable resource. I'm not seeing anything there.
I'll keep.
You keep looking.
Let me keep looking.
Okay. Well, as soon as we get that, we'll get back to you. Artie Lang on the show today. Really big show. We're looking forward to it. I think we have Bo Derek.
Whitey needs to shut the fuck
anything?
up.
Did you find anything yet?
Oh, I was looking through this one too.
Okay.
Party. No. Come back to me. Steven.
Okay. We'll come back to you. Who else do we have on this week? Who else do we have? What else do we have going on? We have Dave Rubin coming on. We have Dana Lash. Did you get anything yet?
I went back to the original source here.
No.
And
anything at all about her job being to shout down white people?
You can see me.
Just anything. Give me something to go on.
I'm about to die. Holy shit.
Here. I don't have my link in the show rundown.
Just come back to me. Just give me a minute.
This is how tone deaf these people have become. The left, this woman, I need to get her name right, or otherwise she could sue. Sally Boynton Brown, or Wendy Davis, who we saw at the Feminist Film Festival, at the Feminist March. It's the same thing. We did the Feminist Film Festival.
Same thing.
Videos that have tens of billions of plays online. This is something that's important to know. This is no longer a fringe movement. When this person is running for DNC chairwoman, and she feels comfortable enough in front of her colleagues to say, my job is to shout down white people. Now, what is she saying by shout down white people? We laugh at the extreme examples, the girl who was screaming, no, when Donald Trump won. This is her expressing in so many words, no, just shutting down white people. My job is to make sure that no other opinions are heard. This is the mainstream Democratic Party. When people see this, they often go, well, I can't believe she did that, but that's just her. No, it's the atmosphere. It's the applause. It's the virtue signaling met with approval. And here's something that people need to understand. Like today, the unions just came out and they supported Donald Trump, which never occurred. Michigan unions supporting Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Because the DNC, You can only side with Black Lives Matter. You can only side with pussy hat economics and women's marches and dirty tampons being thrown on the state capitol. You can only side with Hollywood celebrity elites telling people that they're all racist, sexist, homophobic. You can only side with abortion on demand at any time period. You can only side with LGBTQ, AAIP, Caitlyn Jenner's a beautiful and brave woman. You can only side with trannies taking dumps in the middle of the stall until you reach a point where you're against the rest of America. If you decide to side with that, and here's the thing, the Democratic Party is beholden to the social justice warriors. You need to own it. You need to own it. Hillary Clinton, these are your little monsters. You created them. When you're beholden to them as your voting base, well, guess what? Everyone else can't stand them. Nobody else, this is why we don't respect you. Nobody likes you. When you claim that the feminist march is representative of women, and it's less than 2%, and women can't stand them. You can only side with the 2%. You can only side with the Black Lives Matter, maybe 4% of population America, and they're picking off cops. You can only side with them time after time and include them as a part of your national platform until the rest of America, including Rust Belt Union voters, say, all right. And that's what you're seeing right now. I mean, think about this for a second. I'll give it to you. Donald Trump, least popular president in modern history, right?
By a long shot.
They'll sing it from the rooftops, from every single media outlet. I'll give you that. That's one for you. But what does that say about you? Not only is he wildly unpopular, you are just so much more unpopular that people will vote for the slightly successful reality TV star just to watch you lose your minds. What you're doing right now, people in there, they went into that voting booth. Most
when the hell did I hit you?
Look at the polls. They weren't through either. They said, okay, well, I don't really know. They seem like two sides of the same coin. Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump. At least with Donald Trump, I know we're gonna get a pussy hat march.
Yes.
That's what happened. You are giving him a gift. All right. Seems like she wrapped the speech up in a way that was sensible toward the end. Let's see this.
I'm a white woman. I don't get it.
Well, you're right about one part. You don't get it. I don't think that it's because you're a white woman. I think it's because you're a stupid person. I think we need to delineate between the two. We wouldn't want to be racist. We would be intelligencist.
Yes.
This is the way they're so used to shouting people down that monkey see, monkey do. These kids who are screaming, demanding racially segregated spaces, the people yelling, no! They're doing what you are advising them to do. They're shutting down opinions. They're shutting down voices. They're shutting down white people and checking privilege because that's what you're telling them to do. And the only place on earth, probably at this point, because Europe has gone so far from it, they've gone back the other way, the only place where this is acceptable is in the modern Democratic Party. You can't behave this way anywhere else in the civilized world.
Thanks for gathering here. I just want to go over the analytics from the last quarter, and what market research is telling us is that our customers actually really want us to spend. Like I was saying, the data from last quarter's analytics is saying that what market research really wants us has found is that our ads. Yeah, so the ad spend, the return on investment from last quarter was actually 13% below.
In restless sleep I toss alone on this old mattress made of stone. Would prefer to sleep on Dormio. Nothing really rhymes with Dormio, but it's the best sleep that I've ever had. So scooch your tad, make room for me on the Dormio. Dormio mattresses.
Sleepwithcrowder.com for specials and free shipping.
And a pillow.
And I don't want nobody. And I don't want nobody. You got that right. And I don't want nobody. I lost. Want nobody. And I don't want nobody. Never need. You got that right.
All right, glad to be back. Artie Lang coming up after the break. We have a few things to get to here. Oscar nominations announced today. This is where I feel very much like I imagined my father felt when I thought he was out of touch. I have seen none of these films. outside of Hell or High Water, which was fantastic, but one of the best films in years.
I saw La La Land. That got a lot.
Yeah, I would imagine you have. Hell or High Water is a fantastic motion picture. Chris Pine, Jeff Bridges, Ben Foster. Yeah. I cannot recommend it enough. It's a slow burn. You have to prepare for that. So I saw that and I was like, oh, well, that's good. I see they're nominated, and then a whole list of stuff
I've just never seen
that I did not know. No. But at least they avoided the backlash.
It's becoming more obscure every year, I feel like.
Yeah, it's a contest
I think
to see
just rate me with your
how self-important
right
can we be.
Yeah.
How much can we create? How easily can we create a film that you don't want to see that we claim is due to our artistic integrity?
Yes.
And then they give you Rent.
Yes.
That's the film, not rent money. Possibly the worst films ever. Everyone, if you've never seen Rent, it's about a bunch of gay or bisexual, transgender drug users in Greenwich Village who get AIDS, and we're supposed to feel bad for them.
Yeah, it's a dumpster fire.
You are sleeping with everybody in the village.
A dumpster full of AIDS.
And shooting heroin with dirty needles. If you make it past noon without contracting AIDS, you're in the bonus round. As far as I'm concerned, you're on borrowed time. But don't you feel empathetic? Not a whole lot. So last year, there was a complaint with the Oscars. Oscars so white. What was the controversy? It was Oscars so white. Oscars so white, and everyone was furious. So it seems like they've answered they've listened to their critics. And this year we have a lot of people of color, colored folk, as we call them here at Louder with Crowder, and a lot of gay films, and even some colored folk gay films.
It's a twofer.
Which is incredibly rare.
Cover all your bases.
Whenever I see a gay black man in real life, I ask, who are your friends? And then I find out it's the same thing as other black men. It's big white women.
Big white women.
They go together.
For shopping in Starbucks.
Peanut butter and jelly. It is rare. It is very rare to see outwardly gay black men.
It strikes me as funny. I always find them in the drive-thrus. They always work at fast food drive-thrus.
Really?
They're the ones at the window.
Is that like
Wendy's? Arby's.
Is that like George Michael in the public park
matter.
stall? Just with, I guess, maybe the fast food window is what gay
dropped
black
a
men pick
Whataburger.
people up.
What?
I think so.
They
It's just an
obviously
odds
live in
and numbers
Texas
game.
now.
They're rolling the dice, and apparently they have better numbers.
Because if they're white, they'd be at H&M.
Anyways, back to Oscars so white. We talked about this last year. People were complaining about 13% of Oscar nominees are black. We have a chart. About 13% of the United States is black. It's entirely proportional. Something that's not proportional are gays and bisexual transgenders. If you actually look at the numbers, they make up, I think, about 15%.
Huge percentage
of film makeup when they make up less than 2% of population Earth. So they're overly represented.
Transgenders make up what, like 0.3% of population, something like that. Something very. It's not even a whole percentage.
It's gotta be hard to measure the transgender thing.
Probably
because you have so many different. You have people who go through the operation, people who don't. Then you have people who go through the hormone replacement therapy. People who
But I didn't believe you. 2 years ago, we started working together. I didn't believe you when you said, "Man, this thing's just really blowing up." And I was like, I don't really see it. But now the transgender thing is everywhere in TV and movies.
Yeah.
Every other movie, every other TV show.
They went so far so fast.
So that's so
fast.
The
protest march, that's why you have Donald Trump.
Yeah.
The left went so far so fast that even people who were smug atheists, quoting Hitchens because they just read it in their first college class last week, even those kids now are embracing sort of traditional Christian values, if only to piss off the modern regressive left. Speaking of which, this is a story that I just think is... Well, I think it encapsulates exactly what the left is about. A woman, the original woman wrote about how she did not go to the feminist protest march, okay? And how she doesn't need to be vilified, how there's nothing wrong with her because she didn't go to the women's protest march. Now, in a show of tolerance proving that they do not attack women who disagree with them, there was an article penned called "We Are Not Equal," "You Are Not Equal," I'm sorry, by someone attacking this woman for having a different opinion. It couldn't get more self-important. The women who were pro-life, they weren't allowed. They're not welcome at the march. This woman says, hey, you know what? I didn't go to the march. So, well, guess what? Guess what? You can thank us. In the article, this is the thing that stood out at me. They wrote, "We will walk for you. We will fight for you. We will stand up for you. And one day you will actually be equal instead of just feeling like you are." So what's that would be, I guess, effectively mansplaining, if anyone else did it. Right? You just think you're equal. You don't know. Let me ask you this. This assumes that the feminist march is incredibly important. It assumes that it's some kind of a litmus test. What if a woman didn't make it to the feminist march because they were doing their job? What if a woman couldn't make it out to your pussy-hatted, drug-induced feminist march because, like my wife, they're VP of a big company that employs dozens or hundreds of people? What if they couldn't make it out to your disgusting, show your tits, dress up as a tranny, urinating vaginas made in paper mache as they piss on Donald Trump and effigy march because they were taking care of their kids? Or taking care of their family? Or, I don't know, maybe loved their husbands, were spending time with him? What if they couldn't make it out to your God-forsaken, depraved, disgusting, need to take a shower, hope I don't have AIDS afterward, but I probably do march because, I don't know, they were volunteering at a crisis pregnancy center to help other unborn, voiceless women from being snuffed out? What if they didn't make the march because they were doing any of those things? Why all of a sudden is your stupid little march, which, by the way, you left every place you marched filthier than you found it, contrary to the Tea Party, contrary to conservative protests where they pick things up with pokey sticks, and the media says they're trying to stab women and black people with pokey sticks? Why does this become the barrier to entry for being a strong woman? And no one's given me an answer. This is the tolerance of the left. You are not a feminist unless you attend the march and wear a pussy hat. All right, so this meme has been going around here this week. Feminists are the majority. It comes from a place, feminist majority, so it seems like I've seen it retweeted elsewhere. Feminists are the majority is what's being touted out there right now. Now, the question is it true? Is it... Okay, the question is it... What's that? Oh.
I think it's a... Is that a phone?
It's the bullshit phone. Hold on. Hello? Commissioner Bullshit? Yes? Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Right away, sir. Thank you. We've just gotten word. I am obligated to inform you that this claim that feminists are the majority is in fact bullshit. Thank you, Commissioner Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. This is what they're trying to do. Again, they're trying to co-opt the entire, not just the feminist movement, but the entire female sex. Let's use the biological term sex, because gender's a figment of your imagination.
Doesn't exist. Wordplay.
Women make up the majority of the country. About 164 million. Give you that one. One for you. But fewer women identify as feminists than ever before, even from HuffPo. Less than a quarter. And you know it's less now. Less than a quarter of women identify as feminists. Let that sink in for a second. 164 million, that's about half the population of the country, a little more than half. Less than a quarter of that identify as feminist. Math's a bitch, and the person who created this meme likely is as well. It really sucks when it comes into just, it's a truth hammer that is just dropped on your unpainted, gunky nails. I know we're going with the feminist stereotypes here. But they just get to say it. They say it, and they get, Brian Williams will repeat it as true. Feminists are the majority. Oh, well, yeah, feminists are the majority. No, women are the majority, but most women aren't feminists. And fewer women are going to be feminists because you're unbelievably annoying.
Yeah, that study was back from 2013.
Yeah, it's gotten worse.
It's gotten way worse.
And you know why?
Hell of a lot worse in the last 3 years.
You know why? It skips a generation. It skips one. It has a generation of feminists who were screaming they were about equality, and then all of a sudden they become shrieking, cackling schools of hags. And now you have the girl who's maybe 16, maybe 17, maybe freshman in college, maybe 18, maybe 19, and they're saying, "Well, hold on a second. Wait. I like it when a guy opens a door for me. What? No, I like it when a man leads me by the small of the back. What? I like it when a man pays for movies. That's why 21% or less of women identify as feminists. And what do? What do these feminists do? They say, toxic masculinity is a term that they use, right? And that's used to identify what? It's used to identify a man who is in control of his emotions, a man who's a leader, a man who's authoritative, a man who's physically strong. Basically, a man.
A man. That's kind of the definition I was going with.
Is a man. And then they say they hate female stereotypes, right? They lump that into, well, what are the negative female stereotypes? Girls who like to be pretty, girls who like girly things, girls who are more emotional, girls who like to talk, are verbally communicative, basically all women. So men, what a man is toxic masculinity, and what a negative female stereotype is what women are naturally when left to their own devices, and they wonder why no one likes them. You're basically saying all of population America is wrong and toxic.
There's a reason all the magazine covers have the stereotypes, and that's not because they're forcing their own version of gender norms. That's because that's what people like. Women like the fashion crap.
Men like boobs and butts.
Boots and butts and steroids.
Not boots and butts. Well, maybe in your magazines. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe they like boots. I don't know what you're reading. You're reading the same magazines as the designers of the women's magazines.
Left on the back of the toilet.
By the way, as far as you are not equal to women, this is true. You're not equal. If we're going to address systemic discrimination, systemic sexism, racism, it's true. Women, you enjoy plenty of benefits that white cis males don't enjoy. From preferential treatment to businesses, to more women being admitted into college, more women being admitted into fields like the science fields because fewer women actually want to go into them, so they are creating quotas for women to go in there because they want to remedy a non-existent pay gap myth by putting women into programs where they have no business being, and unfortunately now they often fall behind and are unable to compete. Women actually, here's something you're not going to like, women actually often make more than men now. As came to us from European studies. The wage gap myth, we've talked about this, go back, search on Louder with Crowder. Wage gap myth comes from a very simple idea. Full-time female workers, full-time male workers. That's it. That's it. Once you take into account kind of job, kind of degree, hours worked, travel, experience level, women actually make the same or a little bit more than men. Mm-hmm. But you're right, you're not equal. Alimony laws. You marry the right guy in the right state, you never have to work again. Custody laws, 82% of the time, women get custody. Doesn't matter how bad of a mom she is, how good of a dad he is. You're right. You're unequal. Your body, your choice. It took a man to make that baby, despite what Ellen DeGeneres and her test tubes tell you. But he doesn't have a say in whether you abort his baby. He doesn't have a say in whether he gets to see his son. He doesn't have a say in whether he gets to see his daughter, because by God, you got some free birth control, and that slut Sandra Fluke told you that you could jam some forceps up your cooch. You're right. You're not equal. Anyway, speaking of which, we can, changing gears, we're going to get letters. A lot of people were asking us, I wish Jordan were here. He had some stories too about yesterday in the film, the feminist protest, the video on the protest.
The women's march.
The women's march.
All-inclusive women's
and
march.
Do you have more footage? Did you guys actually stay in character all day? Did you selectively edit it? Let me tell you something. Of course, we selectively edited it. We had 12 hours of footage. Everything you ever see is selectively edited by definition. Editing is the process of selecting footage. But we didn't edit anything out of context or edit it to make something appear to happen that didn't happen.
No.
If anything, you don't get the full scope as to just how crazy this march
time doesn't allow it.
Unless you were there. So people were saying, do you have any additional? Yeah, there was a lot more footage. I had Jared pick his favorite ones. This is one where we didn't get to run it because it didn't fit in the video. This is the Muslim woman.
Yep.
We sat and we spoke with the, because Muslim rights are women's rights. Get your head around that one, Sharia law. And we decided to take some of these people to task on it.
Yeah.
So here's some bonus footage.
They're a country that you think maybe in the near future that we would be able to visit to experience, for lack of a better word, sort of Islamic culture countries. Because right now it's not very good for us to do that. What would be the best place for us to visit and to learn?
Her head just spinning.
Learn that Islamic tradition?
Yeah, to just be immersed in the culture. If I go to Brazil, I want to go down to Carnival,
Yeah.
If I want to learn about Montreal, I go there.
It's like
I go there during
wheel
their
in
jazz
Google
festival.
Chrome.
Which Islamic country do you think would be best for us to be able to experience it authentically, but still be safe?
I would say Morocco.
Morocco?
I would say Egypt has a swing up and down, but
right. Emphasis on the
it's an
down.
interesting culture to visit. I'm from Pakistan, so I'd always promote that, but there's always a challenge there.
That's hard for people like us, Pakistan. Okay.
Agreed.
Now, let me clarify. When she mentions Egypt or Pakistan, if I weren't just a horrible human being / troll playing her for a gag, she would have just marched me to my death. If I were an actual transgender and I took her advice, bought a ticket, showed up in Egypt or Morocco looking like that, sashaying...
The
I'm
only
done.
the only reason Morocco exists is so it could be a double for films that pretend it's the crappy countries that you couldn't visit as a transgender.
Yeah, I know. When people don't realize, too, there's always ups and downs. We've talked about this. Wherever Islamic culture is allowed to grow and congregate, it gets worse. Morocco got better, then it got worse.
Yeah.
Egypt got better, now it's bad again. It's
Yeah.
not like there's it's not like the stock market. If you look at Christians, Christian societies, European societies, where it does this, and we have our ups and downs. We're like, okay, Crusades, Inquisition, okay, but we're overall doing this. Right? If you look at the stock market as a whole over long term. With Islam, if you look at it as a whole, it doesn't matter where you let them go. It's like that one asshole fish who eats the other fish if you put him in the tank. Doesn't matter how much you train that fish. I don't even know how you train fish.
Betas are jerks.
Oh, and this one, I don't even know how to fit this in. This was a man who was just, everyone was just upset. They didn't know why they were protesting. And unlike the Tea Party, you can say what you want about the Tea Party. They were corny, they wore funny hats. But they actually were a real political movement. They had a very clear message, which started with Santelli's rant on CNBC. Before Occupy Wall Street acted like they came up with a new idea being against bailouts.
Yeah.
And they primaried establishment politicians, including Republicans, got them out of office, and took over House, Senate, made tremendous gains. The Tea Party was an effective political movement. These protests, just like Zanotti Park, just like the Occupy movement, they're not. There's no cohesive message, as seen by this man who simply showed up just looking for people to argue with about Bernie Sanders.
Well, listen, I guess you got what you wanted. President Trump.
It's not what I wanted.
Well, it's what you got. Oh, I'm just saying, if you didn't vote, it's okay. It's okay.
Bernie. And you know who is the one person responsible for Bernie Sanders not being president?
Let me guess. Hillary Clinton.
You got it.
I should have been voted because I don't want to have to deal with this kind of tone of the patriarchy of talking down to me. Well, that's fine then. Maybe you think that. You can have your opinion, but you're very aggressive. Oh, really? Great. I'm sure Harambe is thrilled.
He wanted to tell everyone he could meet that he voted for Bernie and then Jill Stein.
And then Jill Stein. Yeah.
It really is. That's the whole thing with leftists at these protests. It is how much more progressive can I be?
Yeah.
It's a competition to top one another.
And I believe in voting your conscience. I think it's important. But at a certain point, you kind of lose some bitching rights when you do so.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I don't know, that's just how that's personal opinion.
It's true. I think you're right, even though I understand people. I respect people who vote principled on a principled way. Hey, what's the third clip? I'm trying to remember here.
We got the Trump University.
Oh, okay. So this is just one. When people were saying, how much did you blend in? We blended in all day. And it was tough because I was laughing at what Nake Jair was saying, and he was laughing at what I was saying, and we were trying to top. At a certain point, it just got to be, we realized we were bulletproof. Nobody runs background checks. Nobody runs security clearances on trannies. Nobody even asks for ID.
I didn't even shave my arms.
You didn't even shave your arm. You didn't even shave your face because you were, ironically enough, concerned about skin irritation. He didn't shave because he was concerned about skin irritation to become a tranny. Do the math on that one. Although, actually, my chest still has bumps. I'm not gonna lie. I totally get it. I've never shaved my chest before, and it just looks like the Elephant Man.
I believe it.
With nipples.
Hillary must be thrilled.
So this is one that I thought was really funny when this lady was giving a speech, and everyone just chimed in, and Jared knew exactly what to parrot. It's good for nothing other than a laugh, and it's a great laugh.
Looking. He was accepted to 3 Ivy League schools. Woo! It just so happened that one of those that he chose to attend was the school of Trump.
Oh, no.
Shortly.
I
think we made Scott crack on some of these, too.
Yeah, I know. R.E.P. Scott just couldn't keep a straight face. It's just too easy. It's shooting fish in a barrel at a certain point. I don't have much else to say on that. We have Artie Lang coming up after this break. Stay with us. You better stay with us. Dormio.
I don't know where to
Dad,
stand.
what are you doing here? I want to go to bed. Don't bother me. Sleep it. Come on. Mom's looking for you. Time to go home. Go. You think you could get me one of these Dormio mattresses? I'll see what I can do. Okay, I'm tired. I'm just saying they're a sponsor. I know. Just go. I'm tired. That's not how this works. Go. I'll see what I can do.
Hello, mattress, my old friend. I've come to lay with you again. Because a vision I was dreaming of you and I together sleeping, and the comfort Dormio mattresses.
Sleepwithcrowder.com for specials and free shipping.
And a pillow.
Within the sound of silence.
For the most part, yeah, Red Ridge is all Alliance. I do know that there were some Horde quests in the south. There may have been some further up as well.
We don't want to waste this man's time. He's busy. He's right now. You can find him
Very
on
busy guy.
Crashing on HBO. And Jordan and I have been fans for a long time, since we were kids, and we hid the VHS of Dirty Work. Artie Lang.
Well, how you doing, guys? That's very flattering.
Oh yeah, Dirty Work was we grew up on it as kids. We loved it when we were back in Canada.
How old are you guys?
We're the evil, the much maligned millennials. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look. That's right. That movie's 20 years ago. I can't believe that. So, you guys seem to have done all right. You were raised on a movie, Dirty Work.
Yeah, we've done okay. There you go. That's all you need. I don't know if it's a clinical trial per se, but it's anecdotal.
Good.
Yeah, it seems like Artie's okay. Leave your kids alone with Artie Lang, and they'll turn out.
You turned out better than me. Put it that way.
Well, no, come on, we appreciate it. So you're on the show HBO. Well, first off, before we get to this, we were just talking about this off air, right? In the state of comedy today, with the insanity of Donald Trump, I know obviously you're an East Coaster. It seems like the left has entirely lost their minds. The right used to be the people who had no sense of humor, sort of seen as the Christian right, and now you just have the social justice warrior left. What have you seen in the evolution of comedy? Have you seen that shift?
Yeah, it's really bad. When I started out doing comedy, it was so different.
Right.
I mean, Sam Kinison did material that they wouldn't even let him on stage, much less television, back then. And he was the funniest guy. Eddie Murphy didn't say the word faggot in his act. He had a bit called Faggots.
Right.
If you go to the comic strip where he started, and you look at his first gold record in 1982, there's an entire bit called Faggots.
Yeah.
And obviously, that's a little harsh. But that's, we bought it as kids thinking this is great. Richard Pryor had 2 albums with the N-word in it.
Yeah.
They came out when I was about 11 or 12 years old. One is That is Crazy and Bicentennial. And I had to go to
I think it was the A. You're doing the ER, which I think is that's what will get you the letter from the ACLU.
No. Richard Pryor put an album in '76 about That is Crazy.
Yeah.
And as a white guy going to buy that record, there was this black kid who worked behind the counter at my local store, and we had to ask what album it was. And the kid would torture you because he knew the problem. He was a 16-year-old kid. He goes, I said, I'm looking for a Richard Pryor record.
Yeah.
And he goes, he would go, the kid was funny. He'd go, which one? I'd go, come on, that. I go, that Nixon's crazy. Are you following me? And he go, no. And I would end up buying the least controversial. I would end up buying like a Bangles album.
Yeah.
So instead of listening to Richard Pryor, I'm listening to Walk Like an Egyptian because I couldn't say the N-word in front of the kid. But Richard Pryor would torture young white kids. Richard Pryor put out that album knowing anybody could buy. It was a time where everybody was not uptight. You could get away with doing that. There were gold records,
Well, it's do you remember? I don't know. You may know. My first manager ever in stand-up was Tony Camacho, who used to.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So really, really sweet guy, black guy, and
biggest tongue in the business.
Yeah. Well, he was. I remember I ended my set at the Just for Laughs. I was 18, and it was a set. I've talked about this before about French Canadians who would use English words from rap videos. They wouldn't even understand the meaning, and so the set ended with non, je vais dormir plus tard, vers 7 heures. Okay, ça marche. Peace, nigger. If you've ever heard the French Canadian accent. And he was my first black manager, so then I just thought it was so funny because I've spent so much time in Montreal. I know that if I hadn't explained this right now and that video resurfaced today, I would never be a senator, to put it lightly.
No, I know. Here's the problem. context.
Right.
These kids don't understand context.
Yeah, it's gotten to that point, and I will say this too, and I know some of them are probably your friends, so I have to be careful. But a lot of really popular, let's say, female comics who made kind of their bones as shot comics are now closing the door behind them. It's like Sarah Silverman now trying to protest Simon Schuster for publishing a Milo book because you can't publish hate. It's like, yeah, but look at your bits. Amy Schumer getting mad because a fan is like, I don't know if you saw the tweet where he said, hey, I spent the night with Amy Schumer. Bet I'm not the first guy to say that. And then she's offended.
She was offended by him.
It seems that there are a lot of comics who've done that and now want to close the door behind them and say, well, no, I'm past that, therefore you can't do it. Have you seen a lot of that?
Yeah, listen, I mean, both of those women you just mentioned are very good friends of mine. Sarah I've known for 20 years. And Amy I've known for a while. She opened for me about 3 years ago, and she jetted past me in this business. Like, I didn't even see her. She just, whoa, what is that? And now she's an A-lister. So female comics have it hard because on the road, they go through a lot of crap and they get angry. There's a lot of scumbags. And my sister told me she was going to go on the road. I mean, and deal with comedy club managers, the worst humans. If in 9/11 the only people in those towers were comedy club managers, I would have said we shouldn't go to war. It's fine. So they're just scumbags.
Yeah.
And women get angry. So now. Sarah was always like that. She was always had that in mind, political humor, but she also did very dirty stuff. It's hard not to be a hypocrite in this business if you're in it long enough. And I'm not calling her a hypocrite, but you repeat yourself if you're in it long enough. And the politics now, people are nuts. It will get you fired. Teamsters are getting fired from sets because they like Trump. Fired.
Right.
Yeah. What happened to freedom of speech? It's a 180. It's a 180, as you said before.
Yeah.
The uptight people now are the liberals, and you got to watch yourself.
Well, we've had. It's interesting to hear you say that because we've had comedians come on, even comedians who are more right of center, like, I don't really think that happens in comedy clubs. I think at a time that was true. It was the purest sort of form of entertainment left, and now I think, like you said, the managers, they're just not going to take the business risk. You know what I mean? Where it's like, some guy makes a tranny joke and someone complained, I'm going to put this other guy on. And so they go to the internet. And so as opposed to stand-up, you have a lot of kids, they're sort of working out their bits in the bedroom. A lot of crap out there. It's terrible, open mic stuff. But I do think it's more free than, it's kind of what the comedy club circuit maybe was 20 years ago.
That's an excellent point. Looking at it from the stance of the business side, the managers, like exactly why take a stance these days? Why do it if you got to put food on the table? These people, a lot of managers aren't great thinkers anyway. I don't think they ever have been. It's LA is the only city where you can move to and you could be almost retarded and become a billionaire. I think the guy who sold Tim Allen Coke has 3 houses. Yeah. You got to be in the right place, right time. And if it's going to start there where no one's taking a risk on the manager level, the executive level, the kids aren't going to do it either.
Right.
And you're right, comedy's going to suffer. Any great comic from years back will say you got to fail to get better.
Right.
And no one's going to experiment with an iffy joke. And comedy will suffer.
Yeah.
But society might get better.
Well, let me ask you this, because I haven't done a club in years, and unless there's heavy security, I can't even show up anymore because you do you do a bit as Muhammad beating up your 6-year-old wife with a Three Stooges routine. When Benghazi happened and they blamed it on a video, I thought, because I have videos on Islam that have millions of plays, I thought, no, they saw my Muhammad video, and then I read the rest of the story. I'm like, it's this other guy, he'll take the fall. So I just can't do it. It's a security issue now.
Unbelievable.
What is that? What is that like now? What's the atmosphere like now? Do you see it a lot where people are just they'll complain, they'll protest, they'll walk out?
Yes. Well, listen. People tell me that they're going to protest one of my shows. I call them up and I say, listen, I will pay your airfare. I will get people to write the billboards. I will get people to please come. I want that publicity.
Yeah.
Please show up at the Nut Hut in whatever.
But why would they be protesting you though? Like what's the reason?
My God. I mean, you talk about. I do jokes that are terrible, and I think people think I'm such a scumbag that they go, well, he's going to do that anyway.
Right.
And I think the Stern Show, 8.5 years on Howard, I have street cred for that. Like, that's an audience that's built in.
Right.
The direct opposite is true for me. I benefit from the fact that they think as long as my crowd wants that stuff, and these guys in Ohio, what do they care? They're not going to the Emmys. They're like, we need guys who put asses in seats.
Right.
So if Artie can say whatever he wants, I've never been censored once, one time. And I still make, like this weekend, I made $50,000 for 2 shows. You know,
that's pretty nice.
Doing all right.
Yeah.
It's down from $100,000 on the Stern Show days, but don't do drugs.
Well, it's funny that you're so forth, because I didn't want to bring that up because a lot of people are like, don't bring up Stern. You know, if I did it a while ago, we've had guests in the show say, don't talk about this point in their career, because for me.
Yeah, I'll probably do some H1Z1 later. I'm just trying to catch up on Crowder right now.
Put people in seats. Like I tweeted out. You remember the black guy who got killed selling Lucy's, the fat guy Eric Garner in New York.
Yeah.
Cop with a hole. The big thing for that was black. It was a terrible thing. But the big thing was I can't breathe. That's what he said. I can't breathe.
Right.
So all these protesters wearing shirts, I can't breathe. And I did a joke at the Comedy Cellar. I said, listen, these protesters are affecting my sex life. I was banging a black chick recently, and she yelled out, I can't breathe. And I said, can we keep politics out of this? and she said, no, idiot. You're on my rib. I can't breathe. Yeah. So it becomes a fat joke on me. Context. I'm moving on myself. And okay, one white woman in the crowd went on Twitter and started a whole thing, and I couldn't do the show midnight with Chris Hardwick because the car was on its way to my house. My agent called and said, yeah, they don't want you there the day that happened.
Really?
And I said, you did me the biggest favor ever. I bet the Jets. I don't want to go to the f***ing taping at midnight. But Chris Hardwick, I know him from way back. What a pussy. What a f***ing pussy.
Yeah.
He's making money off being a nerd. A lot of nerds bang Carmen Electra.
It's the geek chic, going on now.
It pissed me off. And a great guy named Kurt Metzger, who's got his own trouble now, stood up for me, said something on live TV, that you can say your mind. Stuff like that. But I know I'll drive into the skid. People know that. I'm like, come protest,
Right. Well, okay. So in the era of Trump, I mean, I wouldn't, I've seen a lot of your, I would say a majority of your material. I wouldn't consider you very political. But in the era of Trump, is that even possible? Is it possible to avoid it? Don't you have to just kind of address the elephant in the room because people are furious if you don't?
If somebody goes, I'm like, who is doing that?
Right.
I get so mad. A 25-year-old man goes, When I was 25 years old, I'm trying to think what a person would have to do to offend me. They would have to be beating up my mother on stage.
Right.
And even then, I'd go, let's let it go for a little while.
Yeah.
She does have a big mouth.
Yeah.
I mean, who gets offended at 25? A dude at 25. Something I say offended you? Yeah. I want them to leave. I paid people to leave.
Well, have you been aware of this? It's maybe since you're not ingrained in this sort of millennial cluster screw. Have you heard about like checking your privilege and all that stuff?
What's checking privilege? What's
See,
that?
this is we get to introduce him to it. So it's check your privilege. We went to this weekend to the big feminist march. We went as trannies and actually got a one-on-one interview with Wendy Davis because they don't background check trannies.
Who's Wendy Davis?
Well, my point exactly. She's the darling of the feminist left. She was a senator in Texas. She was like, a free abortion on demand, past 22 weeks period, and patriarchy.
My God.
And so
she sounds hot.
Yeah, and so we went as trannies and got to this senator, a high-level politician, because they wouldn't run a background check. Because they can't. As a matter of fact, I checked into the hotel that night. I was still in character when we did this video package. I'm like, I'm still Stephanie, so can I get a room? And they give me the upgrade because I'm a tranny. I just ask for it. I'm like, yes, please, don't sue us.
Anything you want.
Right. And I go down the next morning, and it's my makeup's gone, and it's me, and the receptionist goes, huh.
Same receptionist.
Same receptionist. I go, what? She goes, you look a little different than yesterday. I said, I'm gender fluid. Oh, okay. And no more questions because they're terrified. So checking your privilege, as they said, you're like, if you're white, if you're a male, they'll be like, well, you need it. They'll ask you to check your privilege. In other words, like, you're a male. I want you to recognize that you have a privilege over me as a cis white male. Please do so.
Oh, no kidding. That's unbelievable. That really is. I mean, I like people talk about white privilege. I didn't have any growing up. My old man, my grandfather came here and sold tomatoes. My father left me a piece of sheetrock. Who's privileged? I'm not Barron Trump.
Right.
Well, by the way, I would love to be a Ritalin dealer next to Mar-a-Lago. It's a very, very, very annoying time. But there's so many great people to goof on, like you just said. I would have said something like the magic word, like Woody Allen. I'm shooting a new movie, a tranny hall with Woody Allen. You're gonna love it. Anything with tranny. How about this? The new bathrooms. You could just go, look, I feel like a broad. Can I use that bathroom?
That's exactly. Oh, I've done it.
Right.
I got to shave.
What's going to get me to shit? I feel like a chick.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. We've hit that point, and it's come so full circle. Well, kind of in the era of South Park, there was Tipper Gore, and they're trying to ban it. Everyone sort of copy-pasted to the right-wing Christians, but it was everyone back then. And now it's the liberal progressives, who we thought were pro-free speech. Now they're the ones. No, it's the check privilege. You're offensive. I can't imagine you even think of showing up on college campuses anymore.
I did. You know what I did? The last time I did a college was George Washington University. A sorority threw it. It was me and Nick DiPaolo. I said, do you guys not have Google? So there was a woman, a blonde woman, cute, doing the deaf thing for deaf people on stage. Okay. I went out. I said, listen, are there any deaf people here before the show? There's no deaf people there. Or maybe they couldn't hear me, but there were no deaf people. And I said, okay, you can leave because you're a distraction. Nobody needs you here.
Right.
But it's required. This is how immature. Colin Quinn was the other comic. Now, this is how I'll give you an example of a not smart comic like me and a smart comic doing the same joke, the same premise. I said to the woman on stage, she had to say everything I said in sign language. I said, how do you say pussy? I swear to God, guys, the sign language thing for pussy is a triangle like this by your crotch. You gotta go.
We saw a lot of it at the Women's March.
At the end, I did 45 minutes. At the end of every joke, I said the word pussy for no reason. So she goes, at the end of my act, okay, this is like my Rosalita. I said pussy 50 straight times. She almost started to cry. Now Colin Quinn comes in. So that's the dumb guy doing it, right? Here's Colin Quinn, the smart guy. He goes out. I'm on the side of the stage. He wanted to say goodnight. He said one joke. It bombed. He ran over to her, knocked on her head and said, is this thing on? So everybody's like mortified. Then I ran out and said, pussy.
And then
and good night.
And then he committed aggravated assault and a hate crime. And here's the thing that's important, right? A lot of people, at one point, they were fringe, and so comics could just make fun of them. But Wendy Davis, Ashley Judd, this is mainstream. This is the mainstream Democratic Party nowadays. So do you think you're going to see, like you said, we're kind of more libertarian, Republican, conservative?
That seems like the way to go a little bit. Like, look, do what you want. Don't with me. I'm not offended by anything. I don't care, right? Everybody be happy.
But since you have to go one of two parties, for the longest time it was like a dirty word. Do you think a lot of comics now are going to be more open-minded because they see the monster the Democratic Party's created now?
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, it's so hard to be funny when everything is in play. You put boundaries on you, like all these things that are offensive, it's very hard to be funny. Comedy will get shittier, you know?
Right.
If you're not, I mean, Chris Rock with the N-word said, "You're taking my beloved." You know? Again, a bit I do on Jack and Coke, you can't. All right. Again, I don't care. I'm going to tell a story.
All right. Let's hear it.
Jack, one of my favorite moments in the history of the Stern Show. Chris Rock might have been my favorite guest. He just knew the show. He got it.
Yeah.
Howard does a great interview with him. And at the end, this is like 2002.
Right.
He goes, "We're going to take some phone calls now, Chris." So Rock knows the audience. He goes, "Here's where I get called a Hilarious. Hilarious. All right. Now, where I sat, I could see Howard's phone calls. My hand to God, okay, it said the name of the person, where they were from, and what they wanted to say.
Oh, no.
After Rock said that, my first guy, Eddie from Staten Island, wants to call Chris a nigger. Tony from Brooklyn thinks Chris is a nigger.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, Buddy in Jersey, why is Chris such a nigger? Howard goes like this. Chris, after he said that, Chris, I would never do that to you. We're friends. Come on. You're going to come on my show, I would do something like that to you? Come on. And Rock's like, all right. And Howard goes, "Eddie in Jersey, you're on the air."
Yeah.
Okay. You can't do that anymore. That's called funny.
Right.
That's called funny. Kids you guys laughed, and I'm so glad you laughed as millennials. You're smart. You get the joke. It's context. Chris Rock is right there.
Right.
These kids, they're afraid to laugh at it.
Yeah.
They're afraid. You see it with retweets. If you think, people think it's funny.
Right.
But they're afraid to retweet it because they agree with you at some level.
Right.
It means you're stupid. You're proving you're stupid.
Yeah. No, we'll actually see that sometime. We'll see like Not Gay Jared knows this, where you'll see like 1,000 likes and 4
Right.
retweets.
Yeah.
So deep down, but I don't want it showing up in my timeline.
Exactly.
Because I go to University of Syracuse. And then they're going to get some letters. They show up to Dinosaur Barbecue, and next thing you know, there's a protest. Someone started a march because they used the word pussy. It's just, It really is unreal.
Pussy. Well, David Tell, I went to do stand-up for the troops in Afghanistan. I was with David Tell, one of my favorite comics ever. We're good friends. We go over there. 2 rules for doing stand-up in Afghanistan. You can't talk about the commander-in-chief, the president.
Right.
Fine, no problem. Second rule, you can't talk about masturbating. And we're like, why? Like, people get offended by there's women here. Like, really? Is it an epidemic? I was there for 10 days. I almost broke a record. Attell goes on stage. And this shows the audience doesn't care. They're uptight. They're in Afghanistan. Attell goes, "Listen, we can't talk about masturbating." And I'm going to adhere to that rule. I would never break that rule. What I'd like to do is start off with a story about the time I was in a sock with shampoo in it. 10-minute ovation.
Yeah.
10-minute ovation. After that, we can talk about the president masturbating.
Yeah. It really is. It is. It's one of those situations where
open up. Yeah.
I know. It's
thank God for you guys. I'm glad you guys do this. It really is good. You got to swing it back, man.
Well, I appreciate it. The thing is too, it doesn't. There's all different kinds of people. It doesn't. Obviously you're one of those. The nasty show, right? At the Just for Laughs show, the nasty show. I just hate. It's like let's just put the comics on. But obviously you'd be considered a more X-rated comic, whatever they call it. This isn't that. But you don't even have to be that way to offend people now. You just have to say the wrong thing. It's not. It's not like, hey, you said something dirty. It's, well, you said something that I disagree with. Therefore, you shouldn't be able to feed your family. And
I know,
that's
right?
A whole
Exactly.
New breed.
I mean, think about the great comics of. Well, it started to get like pussy-like, effeminate, like when the reality shows like Last Comic Standing, where you're all in a house together,
right.
like a couple of like fruits in a Barbie show or something.
Yeah.
Imagine if I was still on Mad TV, I would have pitched this sketch. Richard Pryor, George Carlin, and Lenny Bruce on Last Comic Standing in the house.
Yeah, I don't think they would have made it.
Imagine it. Why? Because those guys seem like adults. You can't imagine it. Now, everybody's a little kid now.
Yeah.
That fan is making a face.
Hey, by the way, his mom speaks with an accent, in case you didn't know. So does Margaret Cho's. It's like, oh, wait, we're going to do 20 minutes of this now. Why you not do what I do? I Chinese mother. Like, okay, we get it.
She gets mad at people who would do that. Like, I can't do that, God forbid.
Yeah.
My mom has an accent, too. It's Italian, but why can't it do the Asian thing?
Yeah, we do have to go, but like Margaret Cho, I don't know if you saw this, was going after Tilda Swinton for taking a role from an Asian person. It's like, you're a comedian! Just be funny!
Exactly.
Who cares about Tilda Swinton or Bruce Jenner or whatever? I mean, it's just, they look one and the same at this point, as Dennis Miller says. It really is like, and then I can't laugh anymore when I know that you want us to laugh at you, but you want us to be offended with you. So,
and she's got to hack it up, by the way. It's the hackiest thing ever.
Yeah.
You know, and she rails against that. Like, Janine Garofalo's punchline in the 90s when she rolled her eyes. That's all she ever did. And executives were so afraid. She'd go like, oh, the movie Speed, that's plausible. Okay. And executives of HBO would go, by God, she must be thinking something brilliant.
Right, yeah. Or all you have to do is, like you said, act nerdy or act like, oh, I'm so conflicted. Oh, you know, that's the thing I appreciate about you. You know, you're open about your drugs, but there are other comics, I won't name names, who are like, oh, I had a problem with mescaline, and it's just, I'm such an intellectual, I'm so conflicted. And it's like, you're a sexual predator. I've seen you with new 16-year-old girlfriends every week. And I know you know exactly the people I'm talking about.
Absolutely. Look, Bill Cosby used to call Richard Pryor and say, don't curse on stage.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Richard Pryor probably knew what was going on.
Some
you know,
serious virtue signaling.
Okay, Billy, you done? Can I go?
Yeah.
Can I tell you what pisses me off about you?
Yeah.
By the way, the reason Cosby has that lazy eye. When you're raping a chick in your dressing room, you got to keep one eye on the door. And, it gets
I
very,
knew it
very
was
painful.
coming, but you did it anyway, and we love that about you, Artie. That was a perfect send-off. Where's the best place for people to find you?
Well, after this, probably rehab.
Yes.
ArtieQuitter.com. ARTIE Quitter. A Japanese porn site has Artie Lang. So Artie Quitter, they're doing very well, by the way.
Yeah, I can
One word, ArtieQuitter.com.
ArtieQuitter.com, and he has the show on, what's the show on HBO called?
Crashing. On HBO. It's I Play Me.
Yeah.
It's about the stand-up comedy scene in New York. Judd Apatow and a kid named Pete Holmes. It's fun.
Yeah, Pete Holmes is very funny too. So ArtieQuitter.com. Artie Lang, thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate it, and we'll do what little we can to hopefully keep the spirit.
Yeah, keep it up, man.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back.
Come on, Macho. You're in New York, ever. Let us know, man.
Yeah,
Come
absolutely.
by.
Artie Lang will be back after this. Something else offensive. I don't know.
Dormio.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Oh, you're here.
Get out.
Hey, I was actually thinking.
Get out of my bed.
We should do some Dormio like commercials, like sketches. Maybe like you and I could like maybe get some. Maybe like two, like side by side, like Bert and Ernie. Maybe we could do it that way.
How about no mattresses and I throw you in the pool? Get out of my bed.
Maybe, well, just think about it.
Seriously.
Get out. Socks.
Get out.
Just get back to me when you want. No.
Hello, mattress, my old friend. I've come to lay with you again. Because a vision I was dreaming of you and I together sleeping. And the comfort.
Dormio mattresses. SleepWithCrowder.com for specials and free shipping.
And a pillow.
Within the sound of silence.
Target.
Artie Lang. Glad to have him on.
Glad to have him on.
Mostly. He was mostly here with us. Artie Lang, we have to have him back. Listen, I appreciate what we're seeing. It's interesting to see the development of a lot of these people who you would have thought were, East Coast leftists or Rust Belt Union guys. There really is a shaking up, I will admit this, of the political parties right now, and a big part of it, almost all of it, and it has very little to do with Donald Trump. It has almost everything to do with the left overreaching so far, so quickly. Think about this. Only a couple of years ago was the Caitlyn Jenner thing, the North Carolina thing, where most people were saying, well, what? Hold on. Men who dress like women want to use a women's bathroom? And it became a national issue. Now today, you have trannies with pussy hats marching in Washington, D.C. That's a rapid circling of the drain.
Things get out of hand real quick.
So who knows what tomorrow will bring us? I don't know, but I think it'll be good, and I think you'll want to tune back in. This week we're going to have Dave Rubin, Dana Lash, who else? Ann McElhinney.
Ann McElhinney, she's coming back, yeah.
Bo Derek.
Dana Lash is so
Gosh, I don't know what the order is. I think tomorrow Dave Rubin.
We have from the Red Pill. What's her name again?
Cassie J.
Cassie J coming up soon.
So we have some incredible guests coming up on the program. An incredible week, and who knows what tomorrow might bring. I have a hunch. Something to do with a pussy hat.
Surprise.
I don't know what, but I can guess. Louder with Crowder. See you tomorrow. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Won't you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for this beauty. Could you be mine? Won't you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you be? Won't you please? Please would you be my subscriber? Glad to be with you.
Don't lie.
Glad to be with you. He will not divide us. Producing with us in video studio, as always, is Jared, who is not gay. Follow him on Twitter at NotGayJared. Me at S. Crowder. I fulfill my legal obligations. Draw your own conclusions. Great show. Big show. Dave Rubin coming to you.
The Dave Rubin.
Our resident favorite gay.
Yes.
Very reasonable homosexual, Dave Rubin.
Yes.
Good guy. I like Dave Rubin. He really is a very good person, and we'll be getting to a lot of news. We have literally Hitler on later in the program.
I don't know how we keep getting this. Our booker's doing
We
a
really have a great
fantastic
booker.
job.
It's a skill like anything else.
It is.
Also, our booker has a functioning DeLorean.
Oh.
Yeah, we're very blessed. There's a lot to get to, so let me just sort of recap it for you. Donald Trump has taken a lot of action in his first few days here as president. So I know a lot of people are saying, well, what actions? Let's give you the top three. They've been trending all day, and people are, of course, furious, which we love. Number one, Donald Trump today has stated that he is going forward on building that wall. Remember that promise?
So if you don't get an actual check from the Mexican government for $8 or $10 or $12 billion, whatever it will cost, how are you going to make them pay for the wall?
I will, and the wall just got 10 feet taller, believe me.
Today was a good day. It's pretty good.
Damn.
Pretty good. Another thing that just happened today, I don't know if you remember his promise, but now he's going to follow through. He has put a stop, or is trying to put a stop, to refugee immigrants from war-torn Islamic countries. Let's go back in memory lane.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Today was a good day.
Finally, this one is one of our favorites. Not so much a statement from him as a result of his actions. For the first time in recorded history, the Dow Jones, well, let's run the news clip.
This is an altitude where the New York Stock Exchange has never been before. 20,000.
Today was a good day.
You know what? You know what?
It looks like I peed myself.
You know what?
Today was
Yeah!
All right. Whew. We'll get Scott in here to clean that up afterwards because this is one. Ruben's gonna. Hey, Hopper, go lay down, buddy. He's giving us problems all the time, this dog.
Yeah, look at him.
You love liquor usually. Liquor and whores, Hopper. What's wrong with you today? He was rescued from a ghetto area of Detroit.
He was. He should be grateful. He should be all on board here.
Now it's all over my desk.
Nothing but protest.
It's all over my chair.
So worth it.
Everyone's going to think I'm an alcoholic.
But you know what?
He will not divide us.
He will not. And
today was
so worth it.
All right, so let's expand upon Donald J. Trump, President Donald J. Trump. Oh, that sounds good. You were going to hate it again, were you? No.
Shivers.
So he's cracking down on Islamic immigration, or immigration from refugees, and people are really mad saying this is hateful. Well, 7 Islamic countries are included here. Syria, Iraq, Iran, Libya, Yemen, and Somalia, Sudan. Places that harbor terrorists. In fact, so a lot of people are saying, well, this is hateful. How could he do this? Well, let me take a stab at it. Here's some stats from German police commissions on their crimes. So let's go right here. The first stat, there we go, Not Jared has it up. Those are all the murders occurring in Germany by nationality.
Is there a theme going on there?
Is there a theme going on? Look at that. It is startling. Let's bring up the second stat when it comes to the rape and the sexual assaulting. Do we have that image?
Yeah.
No, that's not it.
Go back.
The second image. There you go.
There we go.
Now, I know what you're thinking. That looks a lot like the murder graph.
It does.
One would say there might almost be a correlation.
It might be a correlation.
Entirely from Islamic countries. We've known about Cologne, where there are thousands of sexual assaults. Sweden, now the rape capital of the West, where they've tried this policy. They've been taking in refugees for a very long time. We've been talking about this. Merkel has said that it was a failure. I drink too much champagne. Hold on one second. Do I have a Oh,
that was deserved.
That's how that's how you know it's live. Mm-hmm. It's the shaking of the champagne. I don't know how the rappers do it. Maybe Cristal isn't as fizzy. The gang rapes that, of course, occurred in Germany. What else do we have? But we're talking about Sweden. Austria saw so much refugee crime that it actually was the single biggest influencer in their election. Reuters has reported 69,000 crimes from refugees just in the first 3 months of 2016.
Some might call that staggering.
Some might call that a statistic that would be statistically noticeable.
Yes.
Some might say.
Noteworthy indeed.
And that's what, like we talked about earlier in the week, people say, well, Americans are so intolerant. Actually, more than 60% of Germans, more than 50% of people from the UK want a full ban on the burqa, compared to only 25% of Americans. So even though they're further to the left of the United States, they want their free health care. They don't want to pay for stuff. They obviously don't have any national defense to speak of. You're welcome, courtesy of America. Even they are, we've been down this path. The champagne's coming back up. Oh, sorry, I was trying to play it off. They've been down this path, and they're saying, America, now, get your act together. We don't want it. And for some reason, leftists in the United States, perhaps because they're unable to hear through their pussy hats, are unable to heed their warnings.
They are well insulated, Stephen.
So, this is where we are. I'm a huge fan of the fact that Donald Trump wants to put a temporary ban on Islamic refugees because we know it hasn't worked well. Here's something else that's upset people really, really badly. Slate, actually. So Trump wrote this. This is something that when I read it, I thought, well, doesn't that seem incredibly benign? This is from the whitehouse.gov page as it relates to law enforcement. They wrote, the Trump administration will be a law and order administration. President Trump will honor our men and women in uniform and will support their mission of protecting the public. The dangerous anti-police atmosphere in America is wrong. The Trump administration will end it. So what does Slate say? Slate, they have an article here where they say Donald Trump is going after Black Lives Matter, going after Black America, which we'll get to in a second. Because I think that's an unbelievable admission that they're not entirely aware of.
Yeah.
The part that they wrote about in Slate that really upset them was, our job is not to make life more comfortable for the rioter, the looter, or the violent disruptor. They said our job is to make life more comfortable, safer for the senior citizen waiting for a bus, the mom taking her daughter to school. I shared this thought. It was very thoughtfully written, beautifully written. Slate saw that and said to the Black Lives Matter movement, this makes it clear to the Black Lives Matter movement, you are not welcome in Trump's America. Hold on a second. That's a tacit admission that Black Lives Matter consists of violent looters and violent disruptors and protesters. To give you an idea, listen, Donald Trump does not want to go after, and this is what the left wants to do, right? Of course, Donald Trump, he's a fascist, is how they want to sell it. He just wants to go after anyone. No. There were about 200, I think 250, could be about 230, I don't have it offhand, arrests, and they might even do up to 10 years from inauguration protests, right? Now, that sounds bad, but take that number from the tens of thousands, according to CNN, or the billions, according to Sean Spicer, who attended the inauguration. Split the difference, I think, is reasonable. Somewhere between the two. Of the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who attended the inauguration and people who protested the inauguration, 250 is remarkably subdued. So what does that tell you? They're not going after people holding up signs saying, not my president, illegitimate president, Donald Trump sucks, or hands off my pussy. They're going after people who are throwing trash cans ablaze through Starbucks windows and destroying small businesses. So it's easy to point to 250. That's because there were hundreds of thousands of people, tens of thousands of people protesting peacefully. The people who were violent disruptors get put in prison. Am I the only one who finds this remarkably logical?
Yes.
Seems pretty good to me.
Yeah. I don't know. You can tweet me at @scredit.
There's not much more to say about it. That's how logical it is.
No. Well, here's something else. Of course, the left is saying, well, this is fascism to a T. It's silencing voices of dissent. No, it's not. It's putting criminals behind bars. And just to... Well, maybe you might disagree with me, but I don't think this is something that a fascist would typically write. He went on to write, and this was not included in the Slate article, supporting law enforcement means supporting supporting law enforcement means supporting our citizens' ability to protect themselves. Okay, we will uphold American Second Amendment rights at every level of our judicial system. Now, would it stand to reason, Your Honor, that fascists, when they want to overpower a people, a populace, that they typically don't want to arm as many of those people as humanly possible? Again, you don't give more people guns. Guns, firearms, and the reason it's so important as the Second Amendment is it's emblematic of freedom. It's autonomy. It's the great equalizer. All of a sudden, a woman is as strong as a man. A weak man is as strong as a big man. That's why they called the Colt revolver the great equalizer. That's what it is. It's a representation of freedom. Hence why most fascists and dictators disarm their citizens. But I guess, listen, Trump's clearly a fascist. He shares more in common, I think, with a lot of fascists in the past than maybe we want to admit. And we were going through the archives, and, well, we did stumble.
I'm surprised you found this.
In the spirit of being honest and being fair, we did come across this archive that we thought was startlingly comparable to Donald Trump, Adolf Hitler.
After his surprising ascension to power, it is now Adolf Hitler, the Fuhrer, who will lay out his national policy for the future of a great Germany.
And so I say to you, great people, my first actions will be to ensure that every household, including Judens, have firearms to protect their own individual rights and liberties. A Luger for everyone, even Judens. Also, I will ensure lower tax on small businesses. For every German, including Judens, you will pay no more than 15%. Also, 6 weeks paid maternity leave for every German. This bullshitting of working so quickly after your service has dilated must stop now. Bullshitting. After that, we will defund Planned Parenthood and then invade Poland.
Until that last part, until the invading Poland part,
I was on board
until then.
He didn't sound half bad.
No, it's surprising.
Also, I was not aware how passionate Hitler was about small businesses.
You know, it's a little known thing. You have to kind of read the fine print. Read between the lines in his book.
I was mistaken. In every Jew's household, a firearm. I was not aware that was part of Hitler's platform. We will be back to talk more about Bernie Sanders, why he sucks.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Oh, you're here.
Get out.
Hey, I was actually thinking.
Get out of my bed.
We should do some Dormio like commercials, like sketches. Maybe like you and I could like maybe get some. Maybe like two, like side by side, like Bert and Ernie. Maybe we could do it that way.
How about no mattresses and I throw you in the pool? Get out of my bed.
Maybe, well, just think about it.
Seriously.
I
Get out.
Socks.
Get out.
Just get back to me when you want. No, please.
Hello, mattress, my old friend. I've come to lay with you again. Because a vision I was dreaming of you and I together sleeping. And the comfort.
Dormio mattresses. Sleepwithcrowder.com for specials and free shipping.
And a pillow.
Within the sound of silence.
All right, glad to be back. Dave Rubin coming up after this break. Bernie Sanders. I'm not a big fan of Bernie Sanders, and I think a lot of young people who fancy themselves as classical liberals, we'll talk about that with Dave Rubin, thought like, well, I'm a classic liberal, but I'm not a social justice warrior leftist, so
No.
I support Bernie over Hillary.
Bernie's my guy.
He's the worst there's ever been. He is the worst pandering, social justice warrior. Every single discussion is about marginalization and about entitlement that I think there's ever been, and I'm glad that people are waking up to it. So,
Plus, he probably makes noise when he eats.
He's a mouth breather.
We must grow the middle class.
Yeah, you know what? Now that I acted out, I think he is.
I think he is.
Let's do it with Godfrey, Bernie.
We must grow the middle class.
And he does all the above.
The worst offender of them all.
So he was sitting down and he was questioning, he was grilling, as HuffPo puts it, the Trump's budget chief, Mulvaney, I think is his name. Let's just go through it so you can see the absolute insanity of the left. Pussy hats not required at the march. This is an actual hearing.
Mr. Mulvaney, Congressman, in July 2015, you wrote a letter stating, and I quote, I vehemently urge House Republican leadership to use every available tool to strip Planned Parenthood of any and all taxpayer funds and to take measures to prevent the group from receiving taxpayer dollars in the future, end quote.
Yes.
Some 2.5 million Americans, many of them low-income women.
Okay, hold on a second. We have to go to our liberal lexicon here, or leftist lexicon, for those who are easily offended. Liberal lexicon, low income means brown people, or black people. Technically, black people are brown people. They're not really black. And we know that because we've had to light them here in studio. The light meters don't lie. So make sure you understand that because that's important going forward. Next clip.
Now get their health care through Planned Parenthood. At a time when we have 28 million people who have no health insurance today, despite the gains of the Affordable Care Act.
No, despite the gains. It's amazing what gains you can make when you force people to purchase insurance at gunpoint, taken from other people whose taxes were gathered at gunpoint. Next clip.
You really believe that we should tell 2.5 million Americans, many of them low-income women who get high-quality care at Planned Parenthood, that they should no longer have access?
Okay, again, we have to go back to the liberal lexicon. Sorry. Access. In this instance, access, as Bernie is using it, actually means free crap. It's important that you get that right.
That makes a lot of sense.
Because he's not talking about, no one's talking about removing one's ability in the private market to purchase their own birth control or to purchase their own Jimmy hat. Abortion is another topic. We can get to that. That's what Planned Parenthood largely does is abortions, but they claim that they don't. And of course, Bernie Sanders will go with that premise. We know it's untrue, but access. No one wants to limit anyone's actual access. What they mean,
it's all making sense,
is taxpayer-funded free crap. Next clip.
2.5 million Americans, many low-income women, choose Planned Parenthood as their choice for health care. Why would you deny them that choice?
Pause, choice. He's using that word again. Now, I know this is easily, because we just talked about this with access, but choice in the liberal lexicon here, as Bernie Sanders is using it, also means free crap. Yeah, choice means free crap.
Why would you deny them access to their choice?
What he's talking about is federal funding for an organization that performs abortions. That's their main seller.
They have a lot of different words for free crap.
I know.
It's kind of like the Eskimos in snow.
Yes. Kind of like Planned Parenthood has a lot of different services that really are abortions are their Tickle Me Elmo.
Yeah.
That's their hot selling
big
item.
Selling. Yeah.
So we just want to make sure we clarify this as we continue, so you don't have the wool pulled over your eyes. We're always looking out for you. Next clip.
Would have moved the money from Planned Parenthood to the federally qualified healthcare clinics, which are more prevalent, more available, and actually serve more needy women than
Congressman, I know a lot about the community health centers. I'm one of the leading advocates for them here, help increase funding for them.
Okay, of course. He just tries to take credit. I will increase. By the way, when he says increase funding, he means taxpayer dollars.
Yes.
Like he didn't go out canvassing. He didn't go door to door. Would you like to fund Planned Parenthood? He signed a bill.
We're taking it off, Frank.
Yeah. He co-signed. Yes, put my name on that shit. That's what Bernie. I increased funding. Really? Name me any government program that ever came across your desk where you didn't increase funding, Bernie.
Getting your name on the plaque does not equal
he actually
increasing the funding.
The Bernie Sanders Choose Your Own Path children's novel, it always leads to increased funding.
They're not very exciting books.
No, they're not.
They're a little predictable.
Not very exciting books.
Any other option just takes you right back to the beginning.
It just takes you right back. Collect $4 trillion and pass go! So... that's what you could just take that phrase, Bernie Sanders increased funding for blank any bill that ever came before him or government entity. But he wants to believe that this is somehow virtuous. Okay, next clip.
But 2.5 million people, mostly women, have chosen Planned Parenthood. And after all the talk about choice and we want a healthcare system which allows people to go any place they want, your recommendation is that we should deny 2.5 million women their choice of health care. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And all the Bernie fans are sitting here going like, oh, dear! Oh, damn! He just took your own words, Republican choice, and turned it on you, bitch! It's so silly. I mean, this is like when people were outraged that Donald Trump the other day reversed the Mexico City policy. He wants to take away women's rights. Really? You believe that saying, hey, the United States federal government should not be funding abortions overseas is the equivalent to removing your right to vote because of your uterus? This is what they, so for all your talk about choice. Yes! It's still his choice. First off, okay, let's talk what he's talking about. Choice. He means free access funded by the taxpayer. It's important for people to understand this because they think that he's somehow compassionate. No, he means free access funded by the taxpayer. And here's something else. If he is even about choice in reproductive health care, okay? If Bernie Sanders, he talks about big banks, Wall Street, we're talking about, big health care, all these companies that receive bailouts. And he hates, and I'm on board with him. You know why you hate that? Because you create super banks. You create super firms, right? You create super insurance companies. You give them all kinds of leverage because they constantly rely on a never-ending supply of federal bailouts. Well, that's exactly what happens with Planned Parenthood. It's just big abortion. If Bernie Sanders believes in small businesses, he should want zero federal funding to go to Planned Parenthood so that the smaller mom-and-pop abortion clinics can compete.
Little Etsy abortion clinics.
They have a digital storefront! It's just some forceps and a suction cup!
The point is, they're not even consistent.
But they are engraved. To be fair, they're engraved.
They're customized with your initials! They come... And the initials of who would have been!
They come wrapped in twine!
It is so remarkably... Here's the thing. The left wants you to be outraged at the idea that someone who could be budget chief doesn't want the federal government to take your money and give it to an organization whose main purpose for existing is abortions. They think that should, they're so out of touch, they believe that this is so outrageous that Americans are gonna go, what? Someone doesn't want to take my money from my pocket through taxes and fund abortion? I am outraged, sir. They don't understand that most Americans hear this and go, even most pro-abortion Americans go, yeah, sure. I think that makes sense. Maybe I want people to pay for their own health care. All right. Bernie Sanders. He's the gift that keeps on giving. Speaking of which, we talked about this yesterday. Jordan wasn't here. The Oscars. The Oscars, for the first time last year, was Oscars So White.
Yeah.
People were mad that there weren't enough black nominees. So not only did they have black nominees, they had black gay nominees. That's pretty much all the nominees
They had everything this year.
And so you would think the
Just
champagne's still coming on me,
smorgasbord of lifestyles.
Gosh, I have heartburn. I should not have done that champagne. It wasn't good champagne. Let's get a repeat of spring for good champagne. What is Scott doing? His mother must be so disappointed in him. So he's Jewish. It's okay. They know. They all do the mom humor. So, Academy Awards, a bunch of gay black nominees, and what happens?
In other colors.
The left is mad. Now they're saying that it's all for show. The left is outraged that it's tokenism. It's too much. They tried to. This is appeasing crocodiles is futile. Futile. I went between the two. I should have picked one or the other. Karate can do. Karate not do. In middle of the road. Squash like grape. Same thing happened when you say futile or futile.
Yes.
It's just a classic case of just with the left. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Interestingly enough, while we're speaking about that, is the title of Tyler Perry's next film. Yeah. Medea's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Damn, what is my another $1 billion? Okay, so here's something that I also, speaking of the crazy social justice left, you obviously know we did this video. Most people have seen it at this point where we went down to the Austin Women's March as Stephanie and Janelle.
Still a weekend I'm trying to scrub from my memory.
And so remember all the pussy hats? We don't want to be profane, but this is the term they used, pussy hats, pussy hat economics. Well, it turns out that the trans community was, and we joked about this.
We joked.
But it turns out they're serious. They were legitimately offended. The trans, it's like it's a civil war of penises and vaginas, and your guess is as good as mine. Let me read some quotes from the.
I will say though, all of the vagina costumes, they can never get that anatomically correct. It never looks right.
Maybe it's the models.
Yeah, it never looks right. They'd be better off just buying the Arby's sandwich costume.
Yeah.
So we have quote from the actual transgender community. This is an actual quote from the article. Signs like pussy power, viva la vulva, and pussy grabs back all sent a clear and oppressive message to trans women. Having a vagina is essential to womanhood. Now, for those of you, I know some of the older audience watching, waiting for the part that's offensive, that's it.
That's it.
The idea that a vagina is essential to womanhood, if you think that, you, my friend, are part of the problem. Check yourself. Another quote I thought was particularly funny. McDaniel said she'd planned on attending the march despite these fears. I'm a fan. I can't handle the pussy hats. Despite these fears, until she saw that people were using it as an excuse to invoke what she called genital-based womanhood. All right. Do you know how a doctor or how a veterinarian finds out if you're a man or a woman? They must be the most transphobic people in the world.
Yeah.
Reptilian veterinarians? Oh, let's lift this turtle. Oh, okay, it's a man. Next thing you know, you got to deal with Gloria Allred.
I don't think it's that obvious on turtles, though. I think they got other things they got to do, right?
It's quite possible.
Actually, no joke, working at the reptile plant, I had to sex turtles and lizards.
Well, okay, what is
What's the process of sexing a turtle, then?
It's not pleasant.
What is it?
It's a high skill.
Do they have penises?
Well, there's kind of like cats, I guess. Kind of you have to figure out where the slits and which way they're going. It's highly confusing.
I didn't know that. I've never heard this about cats. What's like a positive, negative battery? It's not
cats. Yeah, the cats are not easy actually to sex at a young age.
I knew I hated them with good reason. Another one here. This is the final quote. And finally, as a non-binary person, the emphasis on genitals just bought into the rigid Western concept of gender. They said, yes. Because the idea that a penis makes a man and a vagina makes a woman, that's new.
Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
No! No! Away with your hate speech, Joseph! It's not that simple.
Stop it.
It is not that simple.
It's not a pussy. It's not a pussy.
Oh gosh, this conversation. If anyone is left for the Rubin interview, it will be a miracle. So here's the thing. We read this and we were all sitting there, everyone around this room, because we all went to Austin, the Women's March, and we joked about this. We're like, I can't. And then we saw them and said, of course. And here's the point where we give you some bonus footage. Call us your Nostradamus, because Janelle and Stephanie down at the Women's March, we predicted this to a T.
But it's a lot of vaginas, and I feel somewhat, I don't know if this is considered, since this is supposed to be an intersectional march, that's a little, for me, little marginalizing, obviously, because, you know, I'm a woman, but I don't.
But you don't have
I don't have a vagina, so I feel like that assumes a little bit.
I'm not sure that that's where it's coming from.
Okay.
I think it's more about the comment that was in the videotape that Trump made about grabbing pussies.
Yeah.
And so I think that it's arising from that, and that's just a visual representation of you're not going to touch our vagina.
Visual, all right.
Yeah,
It's very visual.
And the other thing is that we really tried to guide how we saw the vision of this march.
Right.
But we would never step on somebody's choice of their words.
Right.
Or their vision.
Freedom of speech is important, unless it's hate speech, when, you know, that's a whole different territory.
It is.
Yes, it is. Free speech does not include offensive speech. By the way, something that can now be deemed offensive, the idea that vaginas are exclusive to women. So, biting the hand that feeds you, the left. Speaking of left, former liberal and lovely gentleman Dave Rubin will be up after this break, and we'll talk about all this insanity.
Want nobody, and I don't want nobody. You got that right. And I don't want nobody. I lost. Want nobody, and I don't want nobody. Never need. You got that right. And I don't want nobody.
All right, glad to be back. As much as it pains me to admit, one of my favorite guests that we have on this program, youtube.com/Rubin Report. He is everything that I should despise, but he's just so lovable. Now, actually, he's not. But you were former leftist and liberal. Sorry, let me get this right. How would you... Former liberal, you would say, right?
Crowder, just this morning, I put up a video on the YouTube, and that's where all the kids get their information these days.
True.
And I said officially, the left is no longer liberal. I have tried. I've called you on it. I've said to you, you know, I think you don't make the distinction between a leftist and a liberal. And I've tried to push that on people. It's over.
Hold on a second.
They are not liberal anymore.
I think I just heard Dave Rubin saying, I was right. Was that speaking to my good ear?
I'm saying that you missed the distinction that I was always trying to make between a leftist and a liberal.
Yeah.
I think you missed that. But your premise in the wider sense of what was happening to the left, which is what I've been talking about anyway, just from a different spot.
That's an I takes credit for my position as well as his. He is a follower of Trump.
The point is, these people have gone completely bonkers. I have never seen anything like I've seen in the last 5 days. Psychosis. This is what it must feel like at the beginning of a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
When you're one of the few people who haven't been bit, and everyone's drooling at the mouth and foaming and eating brains. And you're looking around going, is anyone else okay here? Because that's what I feel like.
I know.
Right now. People are off the charts.
Well, especially when I saw that episode of Walking Dead where the zombie said, hands off my pussy. I was like, no, that was foreshadowing Walking Dead.
Breaking ground. It's incredible writing. It really is.
It is. I tell you what, those people have their finger to the pulse of American culture because they saw that coming before any of us did. I understand what you're saying. You're saying my basic premise. I think I was seeing 5 moves ahead. I was always maintaining, listen, I think a lot of liberals don't want to accept that the Democratic Party is a party. When people people say you can always film social justice warriors, find some extremists. I was going, they aren't extremists. See Hillary Clinton, see Nancy Pelosi, see Wendy Davis, as you saw in our video. I think at a certain point you can only side with Black Lives Matter. You can only side with the pussy hats. You can only side with crazy third wave feminism. You can only side with abortion on demand, taxpayer funded at any point, period, until you've sided against the rest of America. And I just think, I say this respectfully, I think that someone like you who was much more classically liberal, kind of libertarian, I think there was part of you that maybe didn't want to see that or thought it could be salvaged.
Yeah, listen, I will be fully upfront about this. I mean, I've spent the last 2 years of my life trying to salvage this.
I know.
My job over the last 2 years and what has become my personal life ethos and what I've lived for really has been to see if I could try to stop this from happening. If I could be a piece of it. I'm not Jesus. Oops, sorry.
Oh, come on.
Just to see if I could be a piece of stopping this craziness. And I think while maybe I've failed at that, what I have succeeded at is bringing a lot of recovering progressives, a lot of recovering leftists, and by the way, showing a lot of guys on your side, a lot of conservatives, a lot of people that like Shapiro and Prager and all that actually not all liberals are so bad. So I've said to you, I think every time we've talked for the last year, I do believe this new center is coming. But yeah, the project on the left, you're right. They have gone off the deep end. And guess what? It's going to get much worse than it is right now.
I know. And I wouldn't even use the word center because I don't even think you're a center. I wouldn't even say I'm center. It's just, it's so inclusive. Anyone who's not the current Democrat, the current DNC, the Wendy Davis, the Hillary Clinton, anyone who's not a part of that can find some common ground. The only people who cannot find common ground with anyone else in the United States right now are leftists, are the modern regressives. And that's what's so ironic for a group that's supposed to be so inclusive, right? Pro-life women at the march. We don't want you there. Even if you're not marching for life, but you are pro-life, you're not welcome. I mean, it is so exclusive in a way that is, I'm sure is disconcerting to a lot of people. But like you said, this is, when they say it's the biggest march ever, right? It's the biggest civil, I don't know what civil rights means anymore, if this is vagina hats is civil rights. But this is the biggest march. Well, you can't say this is the biggest march ever. This is the biggest display of Democratic voters ever, and then say, but, you know, the craziness is fringe, because that was what the protests were.
Yeah, by the way, I'm sorry I'm not wearing my vagina hat. It's actually in the dryer at the moment. Don't
I would
ask me.
imagine if I pull out a vagina hat, you'd run into the next room screaming.
Look, the point is I've got a lot of hats around here. But if you want to know how crazy this is all has gone, look, Sally Cohn, who you had on your show, and I think you
many times.
Yeah, I think you've done what you needed to with her.
First off, I like Sally.
Yeah, sure.
She's
no,
wrong.
I'm just saying, you did what you needed to, meaning you brought her on, let her spoke, showed that she doesn't know what she's talking about. You tied her into knots barely by doing anything, and so be it. Okay. And I defend her right to speak about things of which she knows nothing about.
I respect her willingness to even enter the arena, because it's really hard to book those people anymore.
100%, because I try to get a ton of them on my show, and I can't even get them. So I totally respect her for that, for defending whatever her beliefs may be.
Sure.
I tweeted at her a couple times over the last few days, do you think Sharia law is good for outspoken Jewish lesbians? Now, these tweets got
Some would argue a leading question. Continue.
I said a simple yes or no will suffice. These tweets got hundreds and some of them into the thousands of retweets and favorites. So you know she saw it, okay? Let's not pretend she didn't see it.
It's like I didn't read your text. I literally saw you were about to type a response with the little dots, and then you stopped. You're right. She saw it.
Exactly. And you know that if you have a verified account, if you've got the blue check, you're able to click a thing where you can see just verified people. I know we're very elitist, but my point is we know she saw this thing. And it's like she couldn't – wouldn't you want to just shut me up and say, no, I don't think Sharia law is good. But that's how deep they've gone. Mm-hmm. They can't even say that.
Right.
An outspoken Jewish lesbian.
Yeah.
Go see how it is in the streets of Saudi Arabia and report back. But that's really how crazy this whole thing is going.
Well, we even talked with we did this yesterday in the show. We had bonus footage for people who are Mug Club members. It didn't fit into the overall kind of piece about the craziness with the women, but there were women in hijabs. And I said, you know, what's a safe place? Well, Stephanie said, what's a safe place for me? Like, if I want to experience Islamic culture, like, where should I go that I get to experience it authentically and be safe? And she was like, Morocco? By the way, not a good place for trannies. And then she was like, I'm from Pakistan, but I'm biased. If she literally would have, in the name of tolerance, in the name of progressivism, sent poor Stephanie to her death. Can you imagine if Stephanie were a real person, got her passport punched, and showed up in Pakistan? They're taking lives with this right now.
They literally have no idea what they're talking about. Look, of course there are problems in America, as there are in every place on earth, because guess what? You live in utopian Shangri-La. Right. That's not a real place. There are problems here, of course, but the idea, whose pussy is Trump coming after? I honestly still don't know. It's just the intersectional road to hell. So people, maybe he's coming for Paul Ryan's pussy. That's funny.
No, just coming for Paul Ryan in general. He is the pussy.
I thought it was funnier the other way.
All right, well, whatever.
Either way. The point is that you're just taking a bunch of people with grievances, nobody who wants to solve anything, no one who wants to talk about anything, but look, I've had to defend that freaking Richard Spencer, the white supremacist. I had to defend this week his right to free speech without getting punched. Yeah. Do you think I want to defend Nazis? And then, of course, I have these leftist idiots saying that I'm a Nazi sympathizer. I mean, that's so. And then they'll say that somehow the left is for free speech.
No.
Really? Where?
Yeah.
Where?
No, it doesn't occur anywhere. Just even recently on Twitter, we've run ads on Twitter for many, many years, just like suggested accounts or if we have a promo thing. And then they just decided the ads for which they took large sums of cash for years, they actually designed these ads with me, was in violation of their hate speech code. So we deleted it. And they said, no, we're still not going to allow you to run any more ads until you change your core business model. So we'll see what's going to occur legally down the line with that, because that's sort of selling a false product at that point. But wherever you go with the left, there is, like you said, no defense of free speech. And even on these marches. So I will say, and I will say that, well, you know what, not for you, because you're not really, I wouldn't know you were gay unless you told me, but gay people in the left.
I'm only gay after 10 p.m.
Yes, exactly. And transgender specifically can get away with murder, and no one even asked me a question about my background, no security clearance for a former senator, no ID, nothing. People are terrified just to ask simple, logical questions. Hey, there's a linebacker-sized man with a 5 o'clock shadow dressed in pink getting close to our senator. Should we do something? No. You don't want the ACLU on you.
Of course, because this is what they've done. They've figured out a way that if you don't change and accept everything the second they accept it, that you're a bigot. So none of them, even if they thought you were up to no good, they would never dare take the risk of saying that, because they don't want to be labeled a bigot and a racist and a homophobe and Islamophobe and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Like they've put themselves into just the most vomitous, disgusting, stupid. I mean, it's just, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm really over it today.
I can tell. Let me ask you this. As someone who obviously, like you said, gay after 10 p.m., but the same-sex marriage was a big issue really until the last year. Donald Trump's the first president to take office who's actually been for same-sex marriage. But even being around Republicans who maybe voted, or conservatives who voted for Donald Trump, who would not have voted for same-sex marriage, libertarians don't believe they should be in the marriage-running business. Do you think a lot of gay people now will at least look at conservatives, and if they even hear the argument, like, oh, you know what? You're not nearly as dangerous to me as even Sally Cohn, who's pro-gay marriage but pro-Sharia law. Do you think they're going to realize that now?
Yes, I do. I think I said this to you once before, but think how actually sad it is. Forget what you think about gay marriage in and of itself.
Right.
But let's say you as a person, you don't have equal rights. So you don't have the equality to enter a contract. Marriage is just a contract. And you don't have the ability to enter a contract with the person you love the same way a straight person can. That would make you a one-issue voter. So in a weird way, by the Democrats doing what I think was right by pushing for gay marriage, which ultimately was a Supreme Court decision, but it was obviously backed by a lot more Democrats and people on the left than it was people on the right.
Right.
By them doing the right thing, in a weird way, they've now hurt themselves with the gay community, which is good, by the way, because they've said, all right, gay marriage is now here. You don't have to be beholden to us anymore. However, they still want them to be beholden to them. But
is that why, Jordan, you're talking about, is that why the tranny backing, they're just tacking it on like, gay and tranny and gender fluid? Because Jordan was saying, that's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, I would think it would be frustrating to just kind of tag on, grab the coattails of that whole movement and say, yeah, we're part of it too.
Sure. Well, look, I've said many times that, LGBT, being G has I know of nothing more about what it's like to be a trans person than you do. Actually, you do more because you cross-dress. So there's right. So, but the point is that they just will go to something next. After, when they're done with trans, they will move on to something after that, and they'll move on to something after that, because they want everyone in collective groups so that they can say they own all of you. So to your question, yes, I think now that gay people have equality under the law, which I think most of us agree is a good thing. Well, now guess what? Gay people could vote on taxes. Gay people could vote on foreign policy. Gay people could vote the same way every other regular, normal, decent citizen should be allowed to vote.
Right.
So I think while it was done basically by the Democrats, it's a net win for freedom. And in 2017, I think a net win for freedom is a little more of a net win for conservatives because they're the ones embracing freedom. How about that?
That's an interesting way to interpret it. I don't know that I agree with all of it, but I think that's well thought out. And I do think that going.
If you don't agree with me, then
yes, with every single point, I do agree with your point that it's a net win for net win for freedom now in 2017, regardless of same-sex marriage before, is a net win typically for conservatives. I think so because they're not even looking. The left isn't even looking to put freedom win into their column. Let me ask you this: we don't have a ton of time. Do you think this kind of behavior from the left? Because I know you weren't a big Donald Trump fan, neither was I. Does it make you more likely to either support him or vote for him for re-election if they keep this up for 4 years?
I mean, if they keep it up for 4 years, which I suspect they will, and I've done a bunch of videos on this, that if you keep calling him Hitler, well, you're just painting yourself into a corner because then anytime he does something good, you have to lash out with violence because you can't credit him you can't credit Hitler. Oh, Hitler did something good for the economy, good for Hitler.
Right.
You can't do that, right?
No.
You can't do that. So they've put themselves in such a corner that I know that your question, that a lot of people are feeling that already you can see people saying, I'm voting for Trump no matter what, because after 5 days, look at this craziness.
Right.
Now, for me, I would love to see them come back to rationality, but I have no evidence. There's not an iota of evidence that's on the table.
Right.
So for me personally, if Trump does the things that I think he can do and governs in a decent way where he lowers taxes, some of this regulation stuff I basically think is okay. I don't want all this stuff done by executive order because as we're seeing right now, Obama did a lot that way, which by the way, so did HW and so did Reagan and blah, blah, blah. But the point is you can just flip all that with a signature too. So it's not the right way to legislate. So I don't want him to go down that route totally. But the point is that, yes, if they keep going that route, Trump's going to have 8 years, and then Trump 2, whoever he wants, will have the 4 years after that.
Yeah.
And so we just have to see if he does some good work. And I'm an American, and I love this country, and I want this country to be better and freer for everybody. So I want him to succeed.
Yeah.
And I hope that the things that I fear about him don't come to pass. But we'll see.
You know what? I think that's a good way to look at it. I think it's a fundamental difference between leftists too and sort of conservatives or libertarians is that even with Barack Obama, so you should support him. I go, you know what? It doesn't change with any president. I want the country to do well, and I believe that the country does better under laws that encourage freedom, pursuit of life, liberty, happiness. That's it. And so I will oppose Barack Obama when he's not in line with those ideals. And the same thing with Donald Trump. And when they do, 15% business tax, when they do protect our borders and let's put a stop to people coming in from war-torn Islamic countries, we've seen what's happened with Germany. When they do that, I go, okay, all right. I'll support you with that and I'll oppose you where it's fair. And I just think that's a mindset that's much more I guess I would say typical of people like you and myself, and certainly everyone I know in this room who votes, than people who you would find at the feminist march.
Well, look, Crowder, the best way you can describe that is that if the situation was on the other, if, as Shapiro says, if the shoe was on the other foot, what would be happening right now? So let's pretend Hillary won and Trump's supporters were out in the hundreds of thousands. How would the media be treating them? Would they be treating them like the popular resistance, or would they be treating them like a bunch of white supremacist Nazis, even if they did no violence, which they actually do less violence?
Well, just like the Tea Party. The perfect example would be the Tea Party compared to this. The Tea Party left places cleaner than they found them. The Tea Party actually created political change, and they primaried their own candidates, by the way, in the Republican Party for not being consistent. They got rid of political corruption in their own party, the Tea Party, and you compare that with the feminist march. These people who hate climate change and global warming, it's nothing but cigarette butts and trash. They just leave it, and of course all the rape and the boobs and the drugs. But that's one thing I will say. Regardless of decade, and I know you're classically liberal, anytime liberals have had protests, it's either been violent or rapey. Even going back to Woodstock.
Well, again, I mean that's the split between what is left and what is liberal. But again, that stuff for us, it's becoming ridiculous for us to talk about it at that level.
Even Woodstock, it's like Woodstock. Oh gosh, rape and looting. And Woodstock '99 with Alanis Morissette. Oh gosh, rape and looting. Occupy Wall Street, rape and AIDS, rape and looting. And now the Women's March. Pussy hats. As a matter of fact, it's relatively benign.
I think it would make it a little more interesting to have boobs at the Tea Party rallies, though.
I agree.
That's all I'd say.
Get in on some of the boobs, guys. At least take that.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, I think that these guys are just going to get worse. I don't see any way. I see a ton of people. Look, it seems like they're getting stronger, right? Because you see video, you see a lot of people out there, and that seems like something. But the simple fact is, I know this, you know this. The stuff we're talking about, people are hearing it, and it's why what we're doing is resonating, and it's why actually what they're doing is not resonating. It's making a lot of people crazy. It's making a lot of people angry at everybody and confused and paranoid. But ideas will win. And if someone's got better ideas than me, then beat me with those ideas, and I will gladly wave the white flag and say, you know what? You changed my opinion on that. And to prove that, the video that I'm posting later today, I had Larry Elder on, who I know you know.
Yeah.
And Larry was one of the first people about a year ago who I had on who really called me on some of my stuff about systemic racism and some libertarian stuff and bigger state stuff. He changed my opinions on things.
Yeah.
And now we had a follow-up conversation, and we took it even further. And that's the spirit that most of this stuff should be done in, not the spirit of we're not showing up to inaugurations, we're lighting people's hair on fire, we're punching random women and running into the crowd, and all that.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And Larry Elder, actually, you know what? We need to have him on soon. He's a great guy, and he is a very convincing gentleman. YouTube.com/Rubin Report. Dave Rubin, thank you very much, sir, and we hope to see more of you on this program. And humana. Who knows what we could see in the future? Dave Rubin, thank you.
All right, later, brother.
P-O-G.
Reach the wizard. Reach the wizard.
Had to get a couple more notes in there. I have a great show coming up for you tomorrow. I think we have Bo Derek, if I'm not mistaken, Bo Derek and Ann McElhinney.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it's not Bo Derek, I don't want to get it wrong. It's Sean Lights Out from the NFL. You guys probably would know this better. I forget. I forget his
days run together, and it's a good thing.
But it's
daily.
football. Well, because we're going up to the Super Bowl. So this is actually a story we don't often hold this to the last segment, but we haven't talked about this on air. I'm amazed. And Jordan was the one who said
it was not Gay Jared. He was
was
the
it?
one that said
We really haven't talked about this on air?
We haven't talked about it on air. We talked about it with somebody else, and I told my dad last night, and he laughed his butt off.
Well, okay, so this is 100% true story. So you watched the video. You've seen the march where we went down to the women's march as transgenders, and there were a bunch of topless women. Most of them were just blitzed out of their mind.
Yes.
But they were topless, and that one black guy claimed he was gay so we could hang out with him. Well, that night, we wanted to go watch the Bellator fights, and so we went to a place in Austin on campus because we were staying at that hotel. We went someplace quiet. We went there, and it was kind of dead. And all of us, and Scott, our producer, was like, let's get out of here. It's kind of lame. Until coming up the stairs, we realized that the lady serving us seemed familiar. And it was hard to know because I wasn't staring at her breasts at this exact moment. It was one of those topless girls.
It was.
And she was the one serving us at the pizza parlor.
It was. She was there.
And do you remember and then
at this time we detrainified at this point.
At this point she had no idea.
No idea.
Well, I was still dressed the same, and I was worried that I was going to blow my cover, but she had no idea.
No, because you were behind the camera and you had your Newsboys cap on.
Only thing that remained was our painted nails.
We still had painted nails.
So we're just like, hey, how's it going?
As we talked to her, oh, this is a nail biter pizza. So she came up, and then we finally started. Remember, he started asking her questions, and Jordan was so uncomfortable.
Yeah,
like, stop it.
So uncomfortable.
Hey, so what'd you do today? Oh, not much. No, nothing special. I went on down to the women's march. Yeah, it's the one right there with their arm up. I went on down to the women's march. We're like, oh, anything interesting happen? No, it was cool. Lots of protesting. A lot of naked people. We said, oh,
wow.
Were you one of them?
Well, I was topless.
I was topless. First off, there were no other actual naked people.
No.
Only topless people. So that was her trying to reduce the severity of her toplessness. And she was one of the very few topless people. It wasn't even like there were that many topless women. There might have been
a dozen at most.
Yeah, a dozen.
Not even that much.
No, not
Pretty
even
much the only ones that were on this cart.
And then I said, and I thought this would be a tip-off, I said, oh, yeah, I think I saw that black guy there. Did he claim he was gay? And she goes, yeah. Which makes me think that there's more to the story after we left. So we need to go back to that pizza place and see exactly what that black guy did to this topless woman.
She's going to have this vertigo, what the hell just happened when she realizes not only were the training's not real, But she waited on those trainees.
She waited
later
on
that
those
night.
trainees
She was like,
later that night.
it's that face melting meme.
Maybe. And what if her mom watches CRTV? Rachel! I can't believe I thought you were a nice girl. You can't be showing your breasts all over Austin.
Not for free.
This is what their parents pay their tuition for.
I want my daughter to have the college experience and rape. So we'll have a great show for you tomorrow. Bo Derek and Ann McElhinney, and much, much more to talk about. Of course, that is live streamed on YouTube at 8 p.m. Eastern, so we can get it up on CRTV archived at 9 p.m. Eastern, or on the app every single night.
I just realized they played a lot of clips of rap.
Tomorrow, that's a hat tip.
This fucking video is gonna get flagged again for, like, copyright. I'll give YouTube one thing. At least when they do this shit, they just send the advertising revenue over. They don't, like, mute it, you know? Wait, love token. What? Love token. Wait, is the February thing started yet? What, cologne bottles, perfume bottles? What? Where's the, Wait, do they not have a date time thing? What? Oh, is there no event calendar yet? What? Is this pre-event calendar? What? Yeah, it'd be nice. What's his name? DC. DC's on a priest right now. Oh, he's in Dark Shore? What? Wait, hold on. What? Oh, I thought he was a dwarf. What the fuck? He's a dead dwarf. Wait, you had me muted that whole time? I was, like, talking to you specifically. What the fuck? Oh, come on, dude. Crowder's a good guy. Like, his interview that he was with a Democrat. A gay Democrat. Like, Dave Rubin, he's... I love it. Crowder's a good guy. He's a good guy. It was 3. It was 3. I had missed the last 3 shows. Wait, was it 5? Hold on, let me look at this. Yeah, it was only 3. Look, it was only 3. It was the one where he had that feminist on, the one where he had the I don't know, this guy's some stand-up dude, Artie Lang. I don't even know what he does, but apparently he's like some famous stand-up comedian. And then Dave Rubin. Honestly, if you ever want to like get involved in politics and you want it to be from the Democrat side, Dave Rubin's the way to go. Like he's one of those. Like, he's on the left, right? He's a liberal. He's a Democrat, but he's honest. Oh, and he's gay, but he's honest about shit, you know? And that, I really respect him for that. But, you know, if you don't want to get involved at all, you know, that's fine too, but... I mean, look, I understand, you know, when I go into, like, the politics crap, it turns people off and whatnot. It probably, like, hurts the whole gaming thing overall when I do that, but I mean, it's boring as fuck sitting here taking like 10 days to gain 2 levels. You know, it entertains me, and it's nice. I get thumbed down all the time for my videos, so it's not even a big deal. In fact, if you go back and look at my videos, I have more thumbs down than I do thumbs up. God, dude, like, I'm out of quests. Like, I've got a Moonfire Pelt. Is this north or south? Wild Bend River to the south, okay. And this guy wants me to go down to Ashenvale. I will say this, Ashenvale was definitely my absolute favorite zone of all time when I was leveling my Druid originally. Yeah, well, look, apparently Crowder's been, he knows a lot of people. Like, because he was a stand-up comedian himself. But, he's had a lot of guys on I didn't even realize were somewhat conservative. And, like, he had Clint Howard on. He was, one of the guys from Star Trek. Who else do you have on? He has a lot of UFC fighters that come on. He had Dennis Miller, he had Gary Sinise. This is what I like about Crowder. He's conservative, but he's not your uptight 80-year-old conservative, right? He does conservative crap with up-to-date memes, you know, like he's a meme conservative. He's not. I don't know. That's what I like about him, at least. And he doesn't mind saying cuss words, right? He doesn't mind saying offensive shit, you know. And I think, oh. Oh, man, dude. Ugh. It's so long and hard to get through all this crap. Alright, is this the river? The Wild Bend River. Oh, this stuff's level 16. Why was it showing up as red? Oh, okay, it's orange now. Alright, fine Moonstalker pelts. But you don't get XP from high-level mobs? What? Well, I mean, you get XP whenever you discover new territories and stuff. Dude, I'll be honest, like, exploring all this stuff was one of my absolute funnest things about this game. Just going through and exploring all this crap. I need to make one of these. I just don't realize I haven't made one yet. All my enchanted crabs back at the bait. Dude, I got such a kick out of just running through and coming to all the ruins, and just anytime you find like a new vendor, right? You come find a new vendor and they have a pattern or a cooking thing that you can't get anywhere else. Like, that's so fucking awesome, dude. It's great. Yeah, I love Duskwood too. The whole creepiness, the trees. It was a darker zone. Like, I loved that. I love the exclusivity that you know when you're down there. It's one of my favorite zones too. I loved Darkwood. I hated Westfall. I hated Westfall. What do you mean? What the fuck? I mean, look. Honestly, look. If I don't care if we pay for the wall ourselves. He said Mexico's going to pay for it. You know, great. I don't care who the fuck pays for it, as long as that wall gets built. See, not everybody has snow to protect them from like Mexicans going forward. Like, it's bad, dude. It's really fucking bad. We need that wall. Mexico's going to pay for it. I mean, look, Trump said it's going to happen. It's going to happen. He's not like Obama. He's not going to, like, lie about shit. Town that's all Mexicans? Well, I mean, then you should know. You should fucking know. You should agree. These cats are slapping the shit out of me, dude. You hear this? I think I've finally got enough. I might be at the point to where I can kick ass now and not have to worry about dying every single time. But you gotta remember though, like, the more snow there is, the less Mexicans you find. When I was up in Wyoming, dude, fucking Wyoming, it was like 99.9% white. The only, like, not white people you saw were Indians. Like, I went into a Walmart, dude. I went into the Walmart in Casper, Wyoming, and the only non-white person I saw was a Japanese lady. I mean, I was shocked. I was like, what the hell? There aren't any black people here? There aren't any Hispanics here? What? I was like, how the fuck is this a thing? Man, dude. Oh, God. Like, not having mana to get into animal form. Is this a person? Wait, how come I can't see? What? 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 Oh, is it an escort? Why did that happen? That thing came running from, like, nowhere. Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of the blacks went up to Indiana and Chicago for the manufacturing jobs. They're like Mexicans, they don't like to be up where it snows. His oldest sister's half black. Is that the hot one? Is that the hot one that's like married to a doctor or something? Oh, that's not the one. I know. Well, is she gonna be getting divorced anytime soon? Shit, my thorns were off. And down goes DC. Remember when Roots used to do damage? Yeah, Kaylina's sister-in-law is pretty fucking hot. She was down in Arizona or something like that. She and I were like Facebook friends until I got Facebook banned. Have an Asian woman who can drive me around. That's actually a pretty good idea, right? I've heard that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So maybe surviving a bunch of terrible accidents would do it. Oh wait, what am I supposed to be doing for this? Actually, I don't remember this one at all. Master's Glaive to the south. I used to debate with people on Facebook, and you got to remember that liberals, they can't handle somebody having a differing opinion than them. So they would report me for being a fake person, or they reported me for being a fake account because I was GlobaIwarmer Erdar on Facebook.
He's not real.
So like Facebook's all like, hey, you have to give us your driver's license. And I was like, no. What? No. So I got banned. Because, you know, it's okay for Tide to have a Facebook account, right? Because they're clearly a real person. Tide detergent, that's a real person. Check us out on Facebook. Facebook.com/Tide. Meanwhile, GlobaIwarmer is not allowed to do that. You have to give us millions of dollars, Global. Yeah, this is some really demonic shit right here. Talk to this bowl of water. was really fucking hard to get rage at one point too. God damn it! Fuck! Oh man, look at this run! Every time you die, I gotta mute this. I don't want this Careless Whispers bitch to like claim my video again. In fact, I think I know who banned me on Facebook. There was some video some guy posted. He was like trying to pat himself on the back for helping out some homeless lady. He's all like, there was this homeless lady who was sleeping on the corner of or out in my yard or something, and blah blah blah, so I thought I would help her out. And he built like some like midget playhouse on the street corner for this lady. It was like maybe, I don't know, 8 feet long by 4 feet high, and so basically he made a doghouse for some homeless lady, and he didn't even put it on his property. He put it out on the street, right? So he built it on the street, right next to a stop sign, and I'm like, look at me, how all it takes is a little bit of caring for your fellow man, blah blah blah. I'm like, dude. It's like, if you really cared for this lady, why didn't you invite her into your house? Or, you know, like, it's like, first off, you built a piece of shit house. It's not even, like, she can't stand up in there. She has to crawl into this house. She has to crawl into this fucking house. There's no ventilation in the house. And you put this house on the street corner, on public property. So it's like, you don't even put it on your own property, so, like, it's like, this thing should get towed away and thrown the fuck up. It's like, what the hell's wrong with you, dude? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And you're, like, fucking happy about this? Everyone should be as helpful to homeless people as I. It's like, there's so many fucking things wrong with this. Like, if you park your car where you built this house, your car gets towed. You're not supposed to block an intersection where the stop sign is. I don't know. It's just everything. I was like, this is, and so I called him out on it. I was like, this is the dumbest thing ever, dude. It's like, you're so full of yourself. This is bullshit. And I got a bunch of down rates, and I'm sure tons of people reported me for not being real. How dare you? Don't heal, please don't heal. So don't know where I am. Okay, you know what? Maybe Yeah, so no, you could eat and drink at the same time. I thought you could always do that. Yeah, you made that shit up, Kaylina. Let me see if I can find the video. I swear to God, the very first one I see, this is it. This is it right here. Man builds tiny house for homeless woman sleeping in dirt. I gotta turn the music off so I don't get, like, a copyright. Alright, now, this is what pissed me off about the damn video, is, like, this entire shit where he goes through the entire time, like, shit-talking everybody. Are we as humans so busy and petty that we can't stop for a minute to help out someone who is in need? Right, look where he's building this thing, dude. Look what... He's building this fucking piece of shit thing on the goddamn road, dude. This is not even his property. He couldn't even, like, come put it up here next to the sidewalk or anything, right? He's putting this shit down in the fucking street where this lady can get hit. It's a, like, god damn it. Like, he's putting her in danger putting this thing right here. And the entire time, he's, like, all self-congratulating himself and shit. Look how good of a person I am. I'm so good, I would put a box up in a street for a lady. I'm such a good person. It's like he doesn't even put it up in his yard or something, you know? She was sleeping in the dirt. I was like, hey, if she sleeps in the dirt, she at least isn't going to be sweating profusely and everything. Why don't I stick her in a fucking box, dude? I built her a house and didn't even have the balls to stick it on my property. Wait, what was that quote? Yeah, how much are you charging for rent? I just see profit, man. Money's bad, didn't you know? Money's a good thing, brah. Yeah, I'm almost, like, I'm willing to bet that nobody said that. I'm willing to bet nobody came and said that. A mother is sleeping in the dirt, and all some people can think of is profit? What? How dare they? Not good people like me. Good people like me are like, nah, fuck that, dude. Fuck that. We don't need profit. I do this shit to help people. I'm better than that guy. Oh, yeah, dude, I gotta, like, seal from water and everything, you know, so I gotta put all this stuff on the side and everything, because, you know, this is high-quality construction right here. Hey, I don't understand, like, why does he keep going around it? Oh, is he trying to show it's getting a little bit better? Oh, so he's allowing her to live in there a little... Okay, yeah, her stuff's on the inside, you see that? And then I'm all like, here you go. Here are the keys to your new house. Like the 99-cent store keys and shit. What was this about money can't buy the purpose of the house? Yeah, money cannot buy the purpose of this house. Yeah, it can actually. Did you not spend money building this? What's he talking about? Money cannot buy the purpose of this house. I mean, is he fucking stupid? Of course it can. Yes, you just spent the money on it, dumbass.
It can only be paid for by love.
Ah, god damn it. I can't stand those stereotypes, dude. Love doesn't buy shit, asshole. Love doesn't buy a fucking thing.
I only did this for love. That's why I made a video about it, patting myself on the back and putting down other people who, say profit and shit, dude.
Home sweet home. You put this lady in a box on the side of the fucking road, dude. Why is this video so long, by the way? If it's already over. Oh, it plays it twice? What? Oh, okay. Is this guy retarded? I mean, the answer yes. Okay. Wait, it's on wheels? I didn't see that. Shit, I already closed it. Are you sure it was on wheels? I didn't see any wheels. What's wrong with having a black heart? I didn't realize you're a racist, Kaylee. Look at all these parries. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm looking for... Oh, that must be the key. Is this a rogue piece of shit? I mean, they're homeless shelters, dude. They're bridges. Look, all I know is, if I were living as his neighbor, I'd be fucking furious that he would put that shit up in my street. Oh, she was homeless, man. Okay, why not put her up in your house? Like, you care enough to put her in a tiny fucking hut? Oh, god damn it, dude. Really? Come on! Damn it, man. Fucking hell, man. No, but here's the point. Here's the point. It's not that he built it and then stuck it on his own property. If he had done that, that's one thing. I could be like, hey, that's commendable, right? He built it out in the middle of the fucking street, right? He put her up in the middle of the fucking street. He didn't have the balls. He didn't have enough compassion to stick it on his property. Instead, he just had the balls to stick it down in the street where it's illegal. You're not allowed to build structures in streets because they're streets. They're streets. You don't build structures in streets. You don't put a fucking business in the street. You don't build a damn hotel in the middle of a street, right? He's a bitch, and I call him out for that shit. It's like, I'm sure he violated city ordinances. I'm sure he violated his homeowner's ordinances. I don't know what kind of like state and county laws were a violation there as well. And then like just on top of it all, exactly, he did it for the views. That's what I'm saying. He did it for the views, and I know he did it for the views because the way he kept patting himself on the back the entire time. Some people were all like, "Hey, all I see is profit," but I'm like, "Nah, brah, I'm about love. Money don't mean nothing. This is about love. This isn't about profit." It's like, faggot, if it was about love, you would have put it on your property, but you didn't do that. It's like you're full of shit, and you're patting yourself on the back in the meantime. And that's all I said about it on the replies on YouTube, or not on Facebook. And then a day or two later, I was banned off Facebook. You aren't real, motherfucker. You fake. I also think he played it back to back like that to get over the 5-minute mark so he could get more ads on it as well. Oh yeah, what time is it in there? Sveden. So you're 7 hours ahead of me. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're 11. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do some H1Z1 myself because this is. Wow, back-to-back misses. I wonder if I can kill a warlock. Do they have fear yet? If they've got fear, I'll be fucked. What? What? What the hell knocked me down? What? The fuck's going on here? What? What? I want to kill this guy. What the fuck's going on? I'm a stone or something. What? 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 Why can't I move? What's going on here? What the fuck is happening? I can't move. What's going on here? Wow, that was some bullshit, dude. I had to hearth to, like, stop that. And now the warlock's gone. I wanted to kill this warlock. Where did he go? God damn it, where did the warlock go? Oh, this sneaky little bitch right here. This bitch just took a pot. That got close, dude. Holy shit, that got close. That's a long walk. I know. I've done that many times. Oh shit, they're healing each other. Oh shit, I can't shift. uh. This guy's really taking it. Either he's got buddies coming, or I mean, I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, once I get cat form, it's over, dude. It's over. Once cat form's on the scene, dude, it's, I mean, slaughter. Just absolute slaughter is gonna occur. Wow, old leader of the pack was shitty. What the fuck? Oh, it doesn't even give you a chance to heal on crits. What? It's just 3% crit and that's it. I mean, I actually might skip that then. Like, there might not even... Like, 3% crit? Eh. Oh, dude, I forgot you had to spec into Fairy Fire. I forgot there were 2 different Fairy Fires. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, Fairy Fire costs mana, and Feral Fairy Fire wasn't. You can't talk to the tree because you're a bear. Oh shit, are they sending me back down there? Wait, northeast. What? Do that. The Doomsday Clock is it's a group of hippie scientists who got together, and it's their opinion on how likely nuclear war will break out. That's all it is. It's just a group of hippie scientists. In our opinion, the likelihood of like when the hands hit midnight, according to their little thing, that means all hell's gonna break loose and nuclear war is gonna break out in their opinion. It's not founded on anything other than their interpretation of what global politics are like. Like, why are they moving it closer? You gotta love that headline too. Scientists, right? Like somehow this is like a scientific thing, you know. We measured the amount of sodium that we found in the atmosphere, and by our estimations, nuclear war is gonna break out. It's like, no, it's so why would you even mention scientists? Like, it's not really science related. It's opinion politics. I'm going the wrong way. It's to be northeast, not south. And climate change. Okay, well, the fact that they've added climate change to it, I mean, they're even less reputable now. I don't know where this place is. I'm supposed to go. It says northeast. North and east, right? Oh no, all the way up here? Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck, dude. I might hold on to this scroll. Let me go turn this one in, down in, where the hell they call this? Ashenville. I'll turn this in Ashenville, and we're going to hearth back to Dalaran. And by Dalaran, I mean Darnassus. Now, see, if I was Horde, I'd come here and I'd wait for all the new Night Elves to be coming down into Ashenville to where they first get marked for PvP combat. And I would slaughter them as they came down the road. Like right now. Like, I would be jumping me right now if I was Horde. Ah, Ashenville is such an enchanted place. Such a lovely, wonderful place. My ancestral homelands. Ah, man, dude, this is so much better than the current game. Like, current Ashenville sucks ass. Old Ashenville is awesome. Like, this hut right here, this house isn't here anymore. Where's this guy gotta... Do I have to go all the way down to Ashtar? I hope not, dude. I fucking hope not. Fuck. Maestra's Post. Okay, that's gonna be up on the left here. Uh-oh. We got dead elves here. Uh-oh, we got skeletons here, too. Even the little lights and stuff, dude. This is such a badass zone. This zone is so badass. And it's darkness here, too. Okay, alright, we're at the area. Somewhere over here. Is it to the right, or... I don't... It's up here. It's up here.
Well met. Light bless you.
Hello. Feel free to browse.
Alright, well, I'm probably going to take a break for a bit, and then when I get back I'll do, I'm either going to do H1Z1, or I'm going to do some, whatever they call that thing, what's that thing? They're like shitty and everything. Overwatch. I need to do 10 Overwatch placement matches. I mean, maybe YouTube. I don't know. We'll see if I get like copyright strikes and shit. I don't know. I might do it on YouTube so that I can at least get the views. Who knows?
May the stars guide you.
Since Twitch is kind of a dick about things, you know. I better get an enchanting point for this. I'll be pissed. Fuck, dude.
Peace be with you.
Alright, yeah, I'll do that then. Besides, I need to get rested XP, because doing this shit, oh my god, it's so fucking boring and monotonous. Yeah, I'll see you guys around. Take care.